Ethiopia, and all our neighbors, Madam Speaker, has continued to become, for a long time, as the border points have become porous. They have become entry of illegal firearms. They have become entry of illegal sugar. They have become entry of all manner of smuggled goods to our country. And to promote that open trade so that people do not participate in actually illegal trade, there is need to secure those border points for free interaction of our people between Ethiopia, Southern Sudan, and even Uganda. Madam Speaker, even the firearms that has caused a lot of insecurity in the North Rift are actually as a result of porous borders that are not in control. It's not managed by the immigration people or the KRA. Madam Speaker, do you know in some parts of northern Kenya, there is a place where donkeys are actually more knowledgeable by transporting sugar from Somalia all the way to Kenya, and they know where they take. Those donkeys know where they take that kind of sugar. Madam Speaker, this is the only way we can redeem our image and actually raise revenues that have actually been lost for some time. Those revenues, Madam Speaker, will aid in programs, our budgets. We lose a lot of revenue along that porous border that could have been used to increase NGCDF funds, that could have been increased funds meant for education, and actually providing services to the people of Kenya. When we open the border points to become free trade areas where there is exchange of people, of goods and services, Madam Speaker, there will be many people who will be engaged in trade. There will be many people who will be engaged in business. And we shall have actually opened a part of Kenya that could have otherwise been left behind for many years. So, Madam Speaker, I support the work of the committee for international relationships between Kenya. Look at, for example, Madam Speaker, the Turkana and the Nyangatom of Ethiopia. You know, those are the same people. And for some time, that border around Kibish and that area of Southern Sudan has been a free area that has not been manned by Kenya government. So we need to control our border points to become one-stop shop for doing business along the boundaries of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is the only way we can be able to actually secure our borders from infiltration of those firearms that have been coming to our country. We fix that, Madam Speaker, we shall have a country that is secure. We shall have a country that will be able to do business with their neighbors. We shall have people who will be able to engage in many other things, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we also need to look at the border points that are to the south, not only to the northern corridor. Because in some places, Madam Speaker, people just walk free to their neighbors and they come back without any order. In some other places like Kacheliba, Madam Speaker, you can get, there are people who are having dual citizenship. They come to Kenya, vote, and they go to Uganda, vote. Madam Speaker, to enhance democratic space between our neighbors and ensure there is proper elections done around those areas. Madam Speaker, those border points are very necessary. The checking of those border points will be very good to manage our internal affairs as a country so that we can have a business that will thrive and raise enough revenue for our country to transmit our programs. Madam Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti South, the Honorable John Waweru Kiarie.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. And I stand to support this motion, which is a report on the inspection of the one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in this EAC. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the committee. Madam Speaker, this is a committee that has received a shot in the arm with the new leadership of the Honorable Wanjiko Mohia. Madam Speaker, a seat is as good as the leader who is sitting on the seat. This is one of the committees that had been considered as one of the lower committees in previous houses, Madam Speaker. But with the new membership and the new leadership, this committee is actually rising to the plate and doing that which is required to do as formed by the standing orders in this House, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, after supporting the committee, I'd like to say that the proposals that have been made by the committee in the report are proposals that this House must stand with, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the idea of demolishing the boundaries that divide the countries in this region is a mission that should be undertaken with new valor, Madam Speaker. We all understand that the borders that we talk about today are actually artificial borders that were put by the colonialists, Madam Speaker. The new effort in the region to break down these physical barriers is an effort that should be supported, Madam Speaker. And the destruction of these boundaries shall happen physically, but it also needs to be happening in our minds, Madam Speaker. The mental divisions that we have as members of the different member states must also be destroyed, Madam Speaker, because the mental barriers are actually barring the progress of the East African community, Madam Speaker, and that is why I support the report by this committee. Madam Speaker, the observation by the committee on the police roadblocks along the highway, Madam Speaker, is an issue that this parliament needs to take up seriously. Madam Speaker, why it needs to be taken up seriously is because we are creating human bottlenecks along a corridor that should be flowing in goods, in services, and even ideas, Madam Speaker. The archaic model of policing our roads using roadblocks, Madam Speaker, is well past its use date, Madam Speaker. In today's world, we are able to police traffic even using technology, Madam Speaker. If we were able to upgrade our policing to today's methods, Madam Speaker, there is available technology in the form of surveillance, in the form of cameras, in the form of the use of artificial intelligence, Madam Speaker, in the form of use of new knowledge that is available even for this country, Madam Speaker. So the bottlenecks that we form in the name of police roadblocks, slowing down the progress in terms of exchange of goods, services, and ideas, is a great proposal by this committee that it should be done away with, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I finally would like to put in one word, Madam Speaker, that has to do with this region. We are freshly coming out of the delegation that you sent to Luanda in Angola, Madam Speaker. The delegation that you sent to Angola for the Interparliamentary Union experienced some great success, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of this parliament were able to be placed in committees. Yours truly, who's speaking right now, Madam Speaker, was able to get a second option to be elected again as a president of an all-important bureau at the Interparliamentary Union, Madam Speaker. And regarding this region, Madam Speaker, I can proudly report to this House that the candidate that Kenya supported in the name of your counterpart in Tanzania, the Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, has been elected as the president of the IPU, a president of the Parliament of Parliaments, Madam Speaker, and the support that this parliament gave to this candidate, Madam Speaker, was invaluable, and we celebrate the win of East Africa to take the seat of the president of the Interparliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, I thank you for supporting that delegation. I thank you for leading that delegation. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Okay, thank you, and I think I can now confirm, having looked at the Speaker's ruling, that the dress code by Honorable Osoro is, in fact, in conformity with the Speaker's ruling. The Honorable Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the one-stop border point checks. And Honorable Speaker, for me, I would support because it will facilitate trade. And by facilitating trade, Honorable Speaker, I mean that the many checkpoints will be consolidated in one, and that would enable the people or traders to actually save on time and save on cost, and that would actually improve their economic growth. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Enhancing border security through one-stop border points would also enable improved security, Madam Speaker, because we know the more checkpoints, the more corruption that is introduced and the more difficulties we introduce for our people. Honorable Speaker, it is also good to note that it will also enhance the East African cooperation, because when we have one-stop border points, we reduce the number of local checks and local limitations that the people would have. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Taita Taveta, Honorable Lydia Mizigi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for also giving me the opportunity to add my voice on the report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts. I want to applaud the committee for the work well done. Madam Speaker, my county happened to be one with a border post called Holili. And Madam Speaker, I have seen the kind of hassle that happens in the border, and all this hassle is caused by the many barriers that are there. And Madam Speaker, it's high time that we get rid of these barriers so that we can have efficiency at the border point. Madam Speaker, the idea of having one-stop border point was the best. And this one needs to be supported. And Madam Speaker, I think the people working at the border points need to be empowered, and therefore I think more funding needs to be allocated for the border posts so that they can work with ease. And also, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about sensitization. And this is because of the community surrounding the border points. And in my case, I'm speaking about Holili and Taveta people. Madam Speaker, there are so many opportunities that are at the border points, but the community around is not aware of it. And therefore, as we talk of funding, Madam Speaker, I'll wish a lot of sensitization to be done so that the community around can benefit. I thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Honorable David Gekaria, Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this report and recommendations by the Committee on Regional Integration. Honorable Speaker, it is also worth noting that it is important for the House Business Committee of Parliament, of the National Assembly, sometimes to prioritize some of these reports, which are critical and which have far-reaching timelines. Honorable Speaker, I look at the report which was signed sometimes in June last year. We are headed now, November, another year. It was early this year. The recommendations that were being done were requesting for some budgetary allocations for them to be able to realize the recommendations which were done by the committee. So it's important, Honorable Speaker, that the House Business Committee do prioritize some of these so that the recommendations that have been done can be of purpose and of use. Because if I look at some of the recommendations which were done, particularly recommendation number 1, which is about the budget allocation, Honorable Speaker, currently as we are talking now, we are talking about a supplementary budget. And a supplementary budget that has not included or taken into consideration what was anticipated by the report as per the program. Honorable Speaker, the purpose and the intentions of this visit are very clear, Honorable Speaker. The objective of the visit was very clear. One of them was to establish the efficiency of movement of persons and goods in the East African region. Honorable Speaker, I have not really gone through the report. Maybe Wanjiko, the chairperson, would really take into when she's replying, is to consider, is it that they were just checking the border post on this side without checking the border posts on the other side? I mean, the effect of the movement in Kenya and the other region. And I say this because, Honorable Speaker, as I totally agree about the roadblocks that are unfortunately a menace of roadblocks almost everywhere. Honorable Speaker, these roadblocks, if the CS Interior cannot be able to address this, then we will never be able to address this problem. The other bit, Honorable Speaker, is about, and it is in your constituency, Honorable Speaker, one of the way bridges in Gilgil constituency. Sometimes it comes to a time where you have to spend 24 hours in that place only, just because of some negligence of some drivers who do not want to follow the traffic rules. Honorable Speaker, if I find there is a long queue, I should keep to my queue. Again, the traffic police and the drivers ought to be sensitized, so that again we don't have unnecessary jams, vehicles parked at, and I'm specifically talking about Gilgil because I've had 3 experiences in that area. So as we talk about the police roadblocks, Honorable Speaker, it is important also to look at why are the results of these traffic jam particularly and you have been here, Honorable Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Gilgil. We have a vast land where they could have, prepared a parking event whenever there are those kind of issues before it is unlocked, and then so that the other passengers are not affected. Honorable Speaker, about the harmonized legal framework, I totally agree. Hopefully that the committee will be bringing some amendments in whatever, or some legal aspects that we need to consider as Parliament to be able to. On matters about staffing, Honorable Speaker, this is a big challenge in this country. I am a chair of Environment Committee, Honorable Speaker, and NEMA, that is a very big institution, also is understaffed. So again, Honorable Speaker, as recommended by the committee, we need to look at the staffing, but it also has to do with budget. So with those few remarks, because I can see the time is over, Honorable Speaker, it is important that the chair and her committee looks critically at this so that they can be able to bring a lot of improvement. And
your time is up, Honorable Member for Nakuru Town East, and I can confirm that you've been stuck in the Gilgil gridlock. Not once, but about 3 times, and many other members. Honorable Member for for Kitui West, Honorable Nyenze.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this time to support this report from the Committee on Regional Integration. I note that it's very important to have one stop border post in our borders. And this would actually cause improve in trade, would also facilitate good traffic and efficiency in our operations as the East African communities gear towards achieving one currency and one government. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether the team, I'm sure they also did that, whether they looked at the infrastructure in these borders, especially when you compare the Kenyan side and the other side. If we talk about Busia or Malaba or the other posts, whether they compare the Kenyan side with an infrastructure on the other, from the other side. Because sometimes in the past I've gone there and on our side it looks pathetic, and you can't actually compare at the borders what the others are doing in the other Eastern African countries and what we are doing in Kenya. But I note that with improved one-stop border post in this corridor, then this would actually reduce delays, which usually occur, especially with the transportation, especially with the lorries. It would reduce duplication of procedures where one is required to do this side and the other side. And it would also reduce corruption at the border points. And this eventually would promote economic integration and cooperation within the East African community. So these borders are actually essential to create a more efficient and interconnected trade network in the region. But Madam Speaker, I remember when we ended Corona, in some of the borders, it was taking a lot of time to actually be checked from this side and also the other side. The other, especially when traveling to Tanzania, I observed this, and this was causing a lot of duplication of the procedure and also causing delays in time. So if this can cure such issues, then it's very much welcome. So with that, I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As we had indicated, kindly indicate in the interventions if you're willing to speak to this. Member for Dagoretti North, Honourable Biti Zelachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support the report and to appreciate Honourable Anjiko. Madam Speaker, when you look at that report, it has, I believe some of the things have now been overtaken by events. But having said that, I want to appreciate that there were very key issues. And when you look at even the report that was done way back when this treaty was done in 1985, then in 2006, they came as the East African countries and agreed on how to move on to enhance cross-border trade, investment, and all that, Madam Speaker, so that you can reduce cost. But one of the things we did as a country, as Kenya, Madam Speaker, is when we did now the standard gauge railway. It was to come and enhance and reduce that cost of transport to these other countries. But then, Madam Speaker, what we need to now push in this House is to ensure what the President is now trying to do, to bring in now the standard gauge railway through to Malaba. That way, now we will have made sure we've expedited the movements of goods, we've reduced the cost of transport, and we shall still be a key hub in terms of transit within the East African community. Madam Speaker, the other thing when we talk of the border, the northern border corridor, which is this route that we take through Gilgil going all the way, you find that on that road, we also need to ask government to now think of how they can give us, if it is an expressway or something, for those who are using, because it has become a very busy road. Just the other day, you realize we lost 11 people, and it is just because it's a very busy road, and with this rain, Madam Speaker, and with all these trucks on the road and how we are driving, it has become also a risk to many. You realize, Madam Speaker, we have also border management agencies, and they were to come in so that you are able to ensure when goods are coming in and exit, they are done at one spot, at one stop. But now, with the new regulations that Tanzania has brought in, Madam Speaker, you find that they are advancing more. Trucks that are coming from Tanzania, you realize they have more security features than ours. So our goods, even coming from Mombasa, going up, you find that many people will prefer now to use the Dar es Salaam port because of that. So even when we are talking of this cross-border, and I want, Mheshimiwa Wanjiko knows, she has been in Yala, she knows, they are advancing so much in their transport system. We have to, as Kenya, now pick up and advance. We've always been way ahead, but right now, Madam Speaker, in many of the things, I think we are now catching up. Everything Tanzania is doing so correct to ensure their transit system is safe, their transit system is faster, and yet we have the shortest route, but you will find people want to prefer to go down. So for me, Madam Speaker, the most important thing is how do we ensure this committee now works very closely, and I'm hoping our CS of East Africa, who recently came from tourism, will understand these issues. Because I know even when she was in tourism, she had her own challenges. And I want to challenge her. She has to understand these issues, and she should know. It is time for us to ensure we start exporting. We want to see a country where if goods are coming in, it is one stop, and in 2 days, the goods are in Rwanda or the goods are in DRC Congo, so that we continue being the greater route that everyone preferred when they were doing this treaty. So, Madam Speaker, as I support, I am challenging and saying even government must awaken itself that we are in very great competition and investments might leave our country, and that is why we are finding ourselves with a lot of challenges with this economy that we have. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Thank you. Member for Tetu, Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also lend my voice and support this report about the one-stop border post. Madam Speaker, from the onset, let me start by commending the team, because this is a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that intra-Africa trade is very, very low at only 14%. Yet, if African countries have to pull themselves by the bootstraps out of poverty, and even specifically a country like Kenya, we must be able to enhance trade, not only with our traditional trade partners in Europe and Asia, but also enhance intra-Africa trade. Madam Speaker, we have a huge market in our neighborhood. Congo is in need of our milk. We are in need of their mineral resources. We are in need of their timber, etc. But Africa, for a long time, has been used as a source of the extractive economy, exporting raw materials, exporting basic commodities, which do not get much value out of. So for Africa to develop, it is very, very important that we start seriously thinking how we can enhance our trade barriers. And this is a very, very important step. To basically speed up the movement of goods and people, to remove the non-tariff barriers, and also to reduce corruption, which has been a bigger issue, as far as intra-Africa trade is concerned. Madam Speaker, you'll note, moving, say, maize from Malawi to Kenya can end up taking longer than moving machinery from China, to Africa through, the seas. So how can African countries, and specifically Kenya, lead the dialogue in ensuring that we enhance and we work on removing all the barriers? Because today, trade is weakened by, lack, weak or absent infrastructure, things like, time delays and cost, and all the other factors that we know that inhibit, trade between African countries. So Kenya taking a lead on this is a step in the right direction. And we hope that we can do more. How can we as an economy open ourselves, not to just investment from the West and from Asia, but also investment from our fellow African countries? Because, some of these countries, even when they come here and build railways and build roads, and build the airports and the ports, most of the time, they are not necessarily doing it for our benefit. They are doing it for the benefit of their own people. So as African countries, and I repeat, if we have to pull ourselves out of poverty, we must seriously think how we develop seriously intra-Africa trade. We need to have our own railways connecting our different countries, have our own port, have our own roads, and have our own, airport, so that we can be able, to enhance intra-Africa trade. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the report. It is a step in the right direction. However, it is one out of the very, very many steps that we need to make if we have to integrate this huge market of 1.2 billion people, who are, most of them are actually now emerging from the absolute poverty status, to having some bit of income. So how can we ensure that we expand this market? I rise to support, Madam Speaker, but the committee needs to do more. Asante sana.
Thank you. Member for Garissa Township, Honorable Balu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deko Baro is my correct name. I rise, like my colleagues, first.
Remember, are you saying Balo is not your name?
It is.
Yes.
But the official.
But it goes together with Deko.
Deko, yes.
Honorable Deko Balo.
Thank you. I want to congratulate, also commend and appreciate the report by the Integration Committee led by Honorable Muhia for the good work they have done in coming up with this report. Madam Speaker, the importance of integration in the region cannot be underscored, and trade is one major area we can take advantage of as a country, because Kenya has a competitive advantage over the other countries in the region in terms of developed infrastructure that we have. The port of Mombasa, the road from Mombasa to Malaba, the road from Nairobi to Moyale, all these, the airports, the railway system that we have as a country. So for us as a country, we must take advantage of what we already have as a competitive advantage against other competitors in the region. That one of them being Tanzania, the port of Dar es Salaam. So for us as a country, it is very important we protect, especially this corridor, northern corridor from Mombasa to Malaba, going all the way to Rwanda, Uganda, and southern Sudan. We have a population of almost 500 people in this region of Kenya, Tanzania, East Africa, and if you add Somalia and Ethiopia as a region, that this as the economic hub, as power base for this region, Kenya as a country, we must take advantage of that, what we have, the advantages we have. Madam Speaker, one of the recommendations of the report was the removal of barriers, trade barriers that we have in this area. And one of them was the roadblocks that is a hindrance to free movement of goods and services and people within the region. We have a problem as it is. For example, Madam Speaker, and I also want to ask the committee to also look at it to see whether they can open up the northern part of this country. That is the border post for Somalia, Mandera and Liboi, one of the most very important areas. You know very well, Ethiopia imports most of its goods through the port of Djibouti. And we have here in Lamu, we have port, Lapset project. If we don't remove all the barriers that will hinder trade and cooperation within the region, then we are going to lose to our competitors. In Tanzania, port of Djibouti, some of these ports are not developed like ours are developed. Some of these road networks are not developed like ours are developed. So removal of these barriers is very important. We have a road between Garissa and Liboi, to the border post of Liboi, about 200 kilometers, that if we improve on that infrastructure as well, this country will be able to do good trade areas with areas like Somalia and also Ethiopia. Madam Speaker, the issue of roadblocks that are put up by police officers on the roads, I heard the minister talking about and saying he will remove, or he instructed the police officers to remove the roadblocks by November, but up to now they're still there. For example, in my constituency or my county, there is a bridge between Garissa and Tana River. On the other side is manned by officers from Northeastern area or Garissa County. And on this side of the bridge is people from police officers from the coast region or Tana River. 20 meters apart bridge. You are asked where are you going on this side. When you reach there, where are you from and where are you going? 20 meters distance with two different police officers from two different regional commanders. So, Madam Speaker, as I rise to support this report, we want the committee to follow up with the implementation of this report as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Member for Kitui Rural, Honorable David Mboni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let also once say that I support this report. Madam Speaker, these one-stop border posts, they were constructed, actually 7 of them, and they were constructed with the assistance from the World Bank. And actually they are supposed to, the advantage or the benefits, they are supposed to enhance cross-border trade and investment in the country, making it easier for the traders to conduct the borders and reducing the cost of trade for businesses and households. Madam Speaker, when you look at this report, it gives a mixed signal if really we are benefiting from this cross-border trade, from these one-stop border posts. But the most alarming thing is that is the non-tariff barriers of trade. Madam Speaker, you are aware that the East African countries have harmonized taxes and tariffs among themselves. And they have what we call common external trade, common external tariff to protect imports from other countries. But now when you look at this, for example, the report, they are saying that the mobility of goods and services is being hindered by legal framework and border procedures that are not harmonized, affecting movements of goods and services. You see, as countries, as East Africa, really, if we want to benefit, we need to harmonize the legal framework so that at least we can be able to benefit from trade among ourselves. There's no way a country will develop if we are not going to open our borders, if we are not going to have common legal framework and procedures of the borders, so that at least we reduce the cost of doing businesses. It's very alarming if within the corridor we have 6 wind bridges along the corridor. The wind bridges, if you have 6 of them, that means from Mombasa to Maraba, for example, how many times are the trucks going to be weighed? And how much time are we going to waste to weigh the trucks? In fact, if you go to Mololongo, you'll be surprised. The trucks are so many, they are wasting a lot of time there. Maybe from Mombasa to Maraba, I think it takes one week, which if we reduce this border post, as the report is suggesting, to 2, then we can reduce that time, the period from Mombasa to Maraba, to around 3 days, 2 days, instead of 1 week. And you know, when you reduce the time, then we are reducing the cost of doing business. Double taxation, whereby our goods from Kenya, when they go across, they are already taxed here and they are taxed across. So this is some of the things which and because I'm in Finance Committee, and I'm seeing the chair of Finance Committee, these are some of the things we need to look at to make our goods competitive out there. Instead of taxing them there, we can say those goods which are going out, they should not be taxed. Madam Speaker, the issue of police posts, police roadblocks, these are very many, and I don't even understand why we should have so many of them. Because when it comes to trucks, KRA have a very good system to track trucks. Very good system. Actually, they can tell you the truck, even if it stops, they can actually see it in the system. Now, they even call the driver and ask the driver, why are you stopping there? What are you doing there? So these roadblocks, plus the weight bridges, I think to me is important we remove them. Madam Speaker, the issue of lack of funding. And I believe that the northern part of Kenya, where there's a lot of trade, we need border posts, so that at least we can be able to also to collect revenue from those areas. With those few remarks, I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Molo, Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia mjadala huu. Na ningetaka kwanza kushukuru mwenyekiti wa kamati hii kwa ile kazi nzuri ambayo amefanya kwa hii ripoti ya masuala ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumekuwa na kule kwa mipaka yetu katika nchi zetu ambazo ni jirani, ya kwamba tumekuwa na usafirishaji mzuri wa mali na kwa bidhaa na hata binadamu bila pingamizi yoyote. na Mheshimiwa Spika, mwenyekiti amenieleza kwamba ripoti hii moja yale mambo ambayo inapendekeza ni kwamba barabara ambayo najua Mheshimiwa Spika ni ya maana sana kwako na kwangu pia, barabara ya kutoka Rironi kuelekea Naivasha, Gilgil, Mau Summit kwenda hadi Maraba, ya kwamba kukue kuna zile vile magari yalikuwa yakielekea katika hiyo njia yanaweza yanasimamishwa mara mingi, hiyo iweze kuondolewa, na juu ya hayo tuweze kuwa na hiyo barabara ikuwe vile tunaita kwa kimombo dual carriage, ili vile ulikuwa umesema hapo awali Mheshimiwa Gikari, ambao amekuwa kwa siku kadhaa amejipata amelala kwa barabara pale katika ile daraja pale Gilgil, ya kwamba hayo masuala yameweza kusitishwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata tunapozungumzia kuhusu bidhaa na binadamu kusafiri katika nchi zetu jirani bila pingamizi yote, ni vizuri pia kuzingatia ule ushuru ambao tunaita cess, ambao unaweza kutozwa katikati na kaunti mbalimbali, kwamba mkulima wa Molo wa viazi akisema anatoka viazi vyake Molo kuelekea kupeleka soko ya Mombasa, akipita mpaka wa Nakuru kufika Kiambu, anapata serikali ya Kiambu pale imeweka daraja pale, wanaitisha ile cess. Wakija kuingia tena Nairobi tena wanatozwa, wakienda pia kuingia kaunti ya Taita Taveta wanatozwa, ukienda kuingia Mombasa wanatozwa. Kwa hivyo hata tunapozingatia usafirishaji wa bidhaa katika nchi zetu, hasa nchi zetu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ni vizuri kuhimiza bunge letu la Seneti kuzingatia kuwa na sheria ambayo itaweza kurahisisha magari ama bidhaa kusafiri katika kaunti zetu tofauti bila kutozwa hizo cess tofauti kila wakati. Inakuwa kwamba pengine wapendekeza ya kwamba hiyo cess itozwe kutoka kwa ile kaunti ambayo hizo bidhaa zinatoka, ili kwamba wakati zinaenda hizi cess zingine ziweze kutolewa, ama iweze kutozwa kwa kaunti ambazo zinaelekea. Lakini nafikiri tukisema tuweke kwa kaunti ambazo zinaelekea, basi itakuwa pengine ngumu kuhakikisha kwamba imeweza kulipwa. Lakini nafikiri ile njia itakuwa bora zaidi ni kuhakikisha kwamba huo ushuru ama hiyo cess imeweza kutozwa katika kaunti ambayo hizo bidhaa zinatoka. Na ikiwepo hivyo, basi inamaanisha hiyo lori wakati inaelekea katika hizo kaunti zingine inaweza kuonyesha risiti kwamba mimi nishalipa huo ushuru wa cess. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ya ujirani wetu na sisi kama Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia nchi ya Marekani ambayo imeweza kuendelea sana kwa kiuchumi, saa hizi unapata kwamba dola ikikohoa kule Philadelphia tunapata inasitisha ufanyakazi wetu wa kazi hapa nchini, na kwamba tunajaribu, lakini unapata hatuna ile tunaenda kwa Kiingereza control kabisa, na vile hiyo dola inaweza kufanya ama ile depreciation compare na shilingi yetu. Na kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia hiyo nchi imeweza kuendelea kwa sababu zile states zote za Marekani yote ni nchi moja ya watu wa Amerika, na sisi hapa tu tunashinda tukilalamika ama tukizingatia hii mipaka ambao tuliekewa na wabeberu, kwa sababu wale wa Meru, ukiangalia wale wa Meru wako hapa Meru, ndio wa Meru wako Tanzania. Wamasai ambao wako Kenya ni Wamasai ambao wako Tanzania. Na kwa hivyo kama hata wanyama pori wetu, nakumbuka Rais Suluhu wakati alikuja hapa alisema wanyama wetu wanatoka Serengeti, wanatoka Masai Mara, wanaenda Serengeti kufanya vitu yao. Kwa hivyo hata sisi tusizingatie hiyo mipaka sana, tuweze kuishi pamoja kama jumuiya moja ya Afrika Mashariki. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante mbunge wa Molo pia kwa kuchanganua na kukikuza Kiswahili. Tutampa nafasi, najua hiyo hatuwezi kapatia hiyo nafasi iende kwa Mheshimiwa Ochanda. Itakuwa midhili ya kumwambia ameze ulimi, lakini kwa sasa wacha nimpe jirani yako mbunge wa Manyata, Mheshimiwa John Gitonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to also congratulate my brother here, the Finance Chair, for speaking fluently in Kiswahili. It was a trial. But, Honorable Speaker, I will speak to my English, but I will try to do something also on my Kiswahili. But to come to the agenda on the table, Honorable Speaker, I want to first congratulate the committee and say that these are good recommendations. But Honorable Speaker, we are discussing this at the right time, considering the issues that we have been having post-COVID, Honorable Speaker, on looking at how our economies can do better. Honorable Speaker, East Africa community, which boasts of almost 280 million people, Honorable Speaker, in population, is a market that we have to really maximize on this issue of intra-trade amongst our countries. Honorable Speaker, the trade right now stands at around $10 billion, but in my own opinion, I feel that is very low, considering the potential that the market of 280 million people has. Honorable Speaker, the committee has delved a lot on the challenges on our inter-trade. And Honorable Speaker, I feel one of the issues is our infrastructure connection. And I believe many members have agreed with me that we really need to work on our infrastructure. We need to improve on our rail system. We need to improve on our roads. Honorable Speaker, I remember one of these just a few months ago, coming from Tanzania, driving back to Kenya. And I had to get stuck for close to 3 hours when I found storm waters passing through the Namanga route. And Honorable Speaker, I thought the amount of traffic was going close to where I had come from. And that is something that we need to work on. We need to improve on our infrastructure. And I call upon the governments, specific governments, to see what it can be done. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support a point that has been brought across by the finance chair on even our own trade internally in this country. Honorable Speaker, when you have a branded vehicle and it leaves my county, Embu, coming to Nairobi, you have to pay close to 5 different cesses. And Honorable Speaker, we are here really trying to put laws that improve on value addition, supporting the county aggregation and industrial parks. If we have those things and we continue charging cess every single stop, every single county, Honorable Speaker, that will be efforts in futility. And Honorable Speaker, allows us to stand out and really call upon the governors to work out a formula and be able to be to sharing of revenue counties. A lorry, Honorable Speaker, of sand coming from Machakos County going to Kiambu has to pay close to 20,000 shillings. It's a big shame, Honorable. And I believe actually killing the traders, and it's killing our population. And if you add that to the issue of fuel and everything, it will be a big problem, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to insist on a point that has appeared in this report on the issue of technology. I believe, Honorable Speaker, we can actually improve on efficiency when it comes to technology, on capturing the number plates, and whatever says and whatever is supposed to be paid is paid immediately. And we can embrace that on our border points, on our whatever cases that are needed as our trucks and everything that is moving across. Honorable Speaker, last but not least is the issue of police roadblocks. We don't need police, Honorable Speaker. If that has been a source of a lot of corruption, and it is.
The time is up. Honorable Member for Meru, Honorable Kailemia. There was one next to you. Try again, clerk. On the next one.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this motion. I also want to thank the chair very sincerely for the good report that she has done. Obviously, this one-stop border will make it very efficient for the goods or even persons traveling to our other countries, and that's why I support this motion, Madam Speaker. But something to note is about the multi-agency approach. When you go to the border posts or at the border, you find that there are different agencies, maybe cabs, then you find the KRA, then sometimes after you're through with one agency, you find the others have gone for lunch. So obviously you have to wait for them to come back. And of course that is also causing a lot of delay in this movement. I want to support because you realize that the Northern Corridor is very short, at least it's shorter than the Tanzania side, but they are not also asleep. They are watching us, and even as much as the port is very efficient at the moment, you find that these police stops or even the way bridges are causing a lot of delay. So I want to support this motion so that we find it easier to have movement of goods and even of people. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the chair of the Regional Integration Committee again, Madam Mheshimiwa Mohia, for this report. It is very detailed and it took a lot of time. I'm actually a member of this committee and she has really made us work every time to make sure that these reports are ready on time. So please, also supporting that we have one-stop border post, one border post. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have to think outside the box. Madam Speaker, when I was very young, I used to hear of East African Community. Things were very perfect. You know, between Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania, trade was very smooth. Of course, with development, I will accept, with development of this region, we should think outside the box. First and foremost, the Northern Corridor, where I use every weekend, Madam Speaker, when I'm going to my constituency, we've heard of fatal accidents on that road. And I can tell you, it's not anything else, it's our own making. Because of the trailers, the drivers driving from Mombasa to Malaba Point, Madam Speaker, I'm told there are 27 checkpoints by the police. What happens? The man who's driving a truck from Mombasa to get to Malaba takes not less than 2 weeks. Sometimes I go for the weekend, I come back, I meet a lorry, which maybe I pass by in Kiambu. They are now getting to Nakuru because of roadblocks. So we should do something about it because this is what we are having, the problem we are having, Madam Speaker. We have lost trade between our sister states. In fact, the Member of Parliament for Dakoreti, I was with him in Angola, and we passed, we actually voted in the Speaker of Tanzania as a president of Interparliamentary Union. And I can tell you, she said she's going to work very hard to support us. What are we doing? We should be able to do something about it. In fact, we voted for her because she's our neighbor. And she said she was going to return the hand because the trade between Kenya and Tanzania is a problem. That aside, the roadblocks that we're having on the roads are uncalled for. I think at one time, the Minister for Internal Security promised that by November, we'll be able to have removed some or reduced these so-called artificial roadblocks. He has done nothing. I think this committee that has given this report, I think you should maintain it to be able to call the minister to come before this committee and tell us what's the cause for this delay. And it's nothing other than seeing the policemen all over the place. And of course, that leads to corruption. For somebody who's carrying legally, transporting goods to Uganda or Southern Sudan or DRC or Rwanda, he's stopped more than 4 times, and some of them, in fact, I talked to one of them and said, I do not even want to do this job because I'm so stressed by the Kenyan policemen. So, Madam Speaker, we should do something about it and reduce that. Otherwise, we have enough market. And given that we have developed, and Kenya is actually respected in the region, to the extent that even the world is asking us to send a policeman to Haiti. Why? Because they respect this country. We have a good system. So we should do something about the whole thing. And with this population, I'm told from my colleague here, Majiku, that we're almost 300 million people in the region. That means we have enough market. Why don't we think outside the box? Bring in the people who are concerned, remove some of these barriers, and promote trade within the states. That would be for Njikus and whoever is out here. So we should do something about it. But because the market is there. I was in Europe the other time, and there's no barrier between the states. People move freely. So let's have legalized checkpoints so that we can have free trade within ourselves. We have so many countries in the region now, in East Africa. In fact, I can tell you, from what I saw in Angola, many countries want to come together and work as interstate countries, and therefore I want to suggest that we sit down and...
Thank you. Time is up. Member for Seme, Honorable James Nikau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the report of this committee on one-stop border point in the East African community. Madam Speaker, we are actually crying and chasing something we lost 60 years ago. We had it and we lost it. As we have been talking here, members have been talking of a single currency, a single market, free movement of people and services. And that's exactly what we had. We were moving towards a political federation that we are talking of here before independence. In fact, Madam Speaker, the late president of Tanganyika then was keen to delay independence so that the 3 East African countries come out together as one nation. We had everything going. The East African community, the University of East Africa, with law in Dar es Salaam, medicine in Makerere, and engineering in Nairobi, the East African Road Services, the East African Railways and Harbors, the East African Post and Telecommunication, the East African Research Council. All these, if you put them together, we actually had free movement. I remember as a child, we moved from Kenya to Uganda. We had relatives all over. In fact, when they closed the borders, some of my relatives remained in Tanzania, some remained in Uganda, because they didn't see the need. In fact, the first director of the greatest training school for cooperative societies in Tanzania was from my village. He was there as a Tanzanian. His mother was still in my village as a Kenyan because he refused to move. So that is what we had. And now we are still struggling with the East African Treaty which we started, and we are still on this bit, single currency, free movement. We are writing and talking, but actually not doing. And Madam Speaker, we are all aware that the power of nations is actually in numbers, the size of the nations and the number of people. Look at India, look at China, look at Russia and the Soviet Union before, look at the USA. The single big factor is that they are large countries with large population, and that is what we want, Madam Speaker. I therefore plead to our people, both in Kenya and the other East African countries, that when we are in IALA, we should not adopt an adversarial attitude that we are competing with each other. We should actually embrace a cooperative attitude and work to build one big nation of this. Can you imagine that now, although we have not got the three countries together, we now have Southern Sudan, we now have DRC, we now have Rwanda, we now have Burundi. What if we could move and do business as and when we want? The professionals could move and practice as and when they want. How wonderful will that be? But we are tied up because of the small consideration. Do you realize, some of us realize, Madam Speaker, that actually if we had one such big union, that the problem of tribalism will just fizzle out. There will actually be no single big tribe that can say we are the major tribes, because the whole area will be very large. So, Madam Speaker, you know, it is amazing that animals and diseases are doing better than us. They don't know these boundaries. They don't know, they move when they move from one boundary to the other, across, and we are going that. In fact, Madam Speaker, the truth is, boundaries are a creation of leaders and the laws that they make. The ordinary citizens at the borders are actually restrained. They don't even want to recognize. You go to Migori, you go to Busia, you have the same people across the border. You know that when our vice president was Mudi Awori, the brother from the same mother was actually a minister and vying for presidency in Uganda. And we are still struggling. So, Madam Speaker, I support this.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nyikao. Before I give the next member, for those who are coming in, you indicate through the intervention if you're willing to speak to this one. The next chance will go to the member for Samburu North, Honorable Eli Letipila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the report and commend the Integration Committee on a job well done. I must also commend the customs officers across the country for a great job on all our borders, especially those in far-flung and hostile borders, being a former customs officer myself. Madam Speaker, the one-stop border posts are intended to reduce stoppage times because the main reasons why they are put there is trade facilitation. And the port of Mombasa is the hub of East and Central Africa, especially with the expansion of the East African community to include South Sudan and countries like Congo. Madam Speaker, but the non-trade barriers which the committee has really brought out continue to be the reason why this trade facilitation is not wholly or completely, let me say, achieved. Madam Speaker, many speakers here have spoken about the roadblocks by police officers. These have really increased the transit times. Let me say, for example, from Mombasa to Malaba and onwards. There is also border posts in this country which are closed, like the border post at Lokichogio, and it is actually a shorter border to Juba than through Uganda, through Nimule, and down to Lokichogio. I have worked through at Lokichogio myself, and I know this for a fact. I must recommend that the lapsed corridor be quickly implemented. This will help in opening up the northern frontier counties to international trade through the port of Lamu. The lapsed goes through Garissa, Isiolo, and connects to the road to Marsabit through Moyale to Ethiopia. It comes through Samburu down all the way to Turkana and up through Lokichogio to Nadapal and South Sudan. That corridor, if opened, will really open up the northern counties to trade, and it will just the same way the highway from Mombasa all the way to Malaba has opened up the trade along that route. It will also open up a lot of trade in the northern countries. It will also help in reducing conflict in those regions, because those regions are regions which were subject to the Sectional Paper number 10, which subjected those regions to legal marginalization. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the recommendations of this committee and to really laud them for a job well done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next opportunity to the member for Bondo, Honorable Chanda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the whole idea
and I keep asking you, where is the evidence? Because we were told evidence is not counted. It is weighed. We will wait at the end. It is weighed. We will wait at the end.
The evidence is on pages 92.
Page 92.
386 to 389.
Go to page 92. Please confirm that that is an instrument from the office of the governor. Or does it read at the top? Where does this document say it emanates?
Office of the governor.
Does it emanate from the office of the county secretary so that we'll be told it wasn't me?
No, but the county secretary has signed on behalf of the Excellency the governor.
Item number 2, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. What is the nature of the appointment?
He has been moved from Merit Service to Department of Finance Economic Planning to perform the functions of Chief Officer Finance, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer.
What happened to the substantive Chief Officer so that Murangiri, who is a relative of the governor, will be appointed to act?
He was arbitrarily moved after the infamous extracts that we are using to charge the governor leaked to the public.
So after the IFMI's extract we are relying upon leaked is when he was sacked?
He was moved to another department.
Oh, he was moved to another department?
Yes.
Let's go to page 386 to 389 that you mentioned. What is that document, sir?
It's a memo, an internal memo from the Secretary, County Public Service Board, to Our Excellency the Governor, Meru County.
And what does it address?
Submission of nomination list for candidates interviewed for the post of chief officers in the county.
What is the date of this document?
It's dated 11th November 2022.
Is Edwin Murangiri, who we have just seen being designated as acting chief officer, was he even shortlisted?
No.
For that position?
No.
As a matter of fact, did he even apply for it?
I would believe it didn't because he didn't appear in the long list and also in the short list.
Or the reason he didn't apply be because he was not qualified in the first place?
I believe so.
But you just told us the document at page 92, you have told us the substantive chief officer was moved after the IFMIS report became public, right?
Yes.
Before this matter was escalated to impeachment, did the Assembly give the governor an opportunity to explain the payments to these people?
Yes, they were given an opportunity.
Did she submit those documents to the county assembly? Let's go to page 31 and 30.
They declined to submit the documents on the basis that there was an audit that was ongoing.
Let's go to the letter, page 30. What is that letter?
It's a letter from the clerk of the county assembly addressed to the CCM, Finance, Economic Planning and ICT, requesting for certified IFMIS extract statement for the executive arm of the county government of Meru for the financial year 2022-2023.
Is the county government legally and constitutionally obliged to submit such documents to enable the county assembly to exercise its oversight function?
Yes, they are obligated by the law.
They are obligated by the law.
Yes.
Did they comply with that law requiring them to submit these documents?
They declined to comply.
What reason did they give at page 31?
They give, maybe I can read.
Yes, you can read the second
give.
paragraph.
The CCM Finance states that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. These statements shall include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amounts actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. She continues to state under in the last paragraph that as at the moment the county has prepared and submitted the financial statements to the Auditor General, and the Auditor General is in the process of auditing the financial statements which form part of our response to your request. As shown in the attached...
If we leave it there for the sake of time, were you asking for financial statements from the governor's office?
No, but the IFMIS extracts for the financial year.
So you asked for IFMIS because we had earlier on in the opening statement somebody setting our own question and answering it. Did the assembly ask for financial statements so that this document would be a valid answer?
No.
Would you therefore consider this a valid reason for the failure to submit the documents?
It's a reason that cannot hold water.
It's a reason that cannot hold water. But Mr. Mawere, if the assembly asked the governor's office to submit documents and they refuse, can someone be found to blame the assembly then for escalating the matter to impeachment?
Nobody should do that.
Let's go to count number 3 about the DG. Paragraph 14A of the impeachment motion, you accuse the governor of excluding the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings.
Yes.
Under our law and our constitution, is the deputy governor a substantive member of that executive committee?
Yes, because it is clearly stated under the law and the constitution.
As a matter of fact, would that committee be validly constituted in a situation where the DG is excluded deliberately?
It cannot.
But sir, have you produced any evidence to show that the DG was excluded from the meetings of the CAC?
Yes, in volume 2, pages 101 to 103, 226, 231, 233, 234, 235, and 236.
Pages?
101 to 103.
101.
To 103.
Let's go to the document at page 101. What type of document is that?
These are record of the County Assembly of Meru, record of evidence taken before the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion at the County Assembly of Meru Chambers.
Was this evidence given on oath?
Yes, it was.
As a matter of fact, on page 101, it indicates the oath was administered to the witness.
Yes, it indicates.
And who was the witness that was appearing before the county assembly?
The deputy governor.
The deputy governor.
Yes.
What are the complaints the deputy governor told the county assembly? At page 102.
The deputy governor complained of lack of facilitation.
Yes.
For his office.
Yes.
I also complained of failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Committee cabinet meetings or any other official functions.
When does he say he was last invited? At the bottom of page 102.
The last invite was on 29th May 2023.
Let's go to 226. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the deputy governor to the county secretary inquiring if there was any cabinet meeting that has been held, because the last one you attended was on 29 May 2023 when he was invited through our WhatsApp page.
On top, is that document received by the relevant officer?
It was received by the Office of the County Secretary at the end of public service on 25th August 2023.
To the best of your knowledge, did the DG receive any response to this request?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 231. What is that document, sir?
It's a letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Speaker of Meru County Assembly on failure to be invited for Meru County Executive Cabinet meetings and or any other official events.
233.
A letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, requesting for reconciliation.
The one at 234.
A letter from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Clerk, the Clerk of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, on failure to be invited to the Meru County Executive Cabinet meetings and or any other official functions, events, lack of facilitation and withdrawal of staff to the Office of the Deputy Governor since April 2023.
The one at 235 and 236, what are they?
Letters from the Office of the Deputy Governor addressed to the Chairperson, Council of Governors, request for reconciliation. And the one on pages 236 is still a letter from the Deputy Governor addressed to the County Secretary, following up on cabinet meetings.
You confirm from these documents, sir, the problem in Meru has been referred to the Assembly, right?
Yes, I can confirm.
It has been referred to the Council of Governors, right?
Yes.
It has been referred to the Deputy President of the Republic, right?
Yes, I confirm.
It has been referred even to the Senate, right?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has a solution been found even after roping in the good offices of all these agencies of the state?
There's not been any solution found to the problem.
There is no solution to the problem.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 14B and D about bullying, undermining and insulting and demeaning the DG through WhatsApp groups. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I would request we play a video by the governor in which the deputy is accused of chanting. It was mentioned in the opening statement. That video was played in the opening statement where the DG is seen with some rowdy youths apparently singing fairly unfortunate songs against the governor. Perhaps Mr. Mutuma can tell us the number of the video so that we move quickly. KMV? Yeah, I'm told it's KMV 15 from the governor's videos. KMV 15. We can post it there, Mr. Speaker. Bwana Mawira, to the best of your knowledge, you can give us even an estimated date. It doesn't have to be an exact date.
On or about on 20th of September.
That's roughly 1 month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
The governor's defense to the count 14B and D and C is that this procession is the one that triggered the nasty WhatsApp groups messages that we're about to go through. Is that correct?
No, that is a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
It's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events.
Yes.
Let's interrogate that claim that it's a misrepresentation of the sequence of events by opening page 162 of volume 2. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's page 149. My short-sightedness is not doing me much favors, but it's okay. Page 149.
Yes.
When did you say the procession occurred? The one we just saw on the video that is said to be the justification for the WhatsApp messages?
On or about the 20th of September.
On or around 20th September, barely a month ago, isn't it?
Yes.
At page 149, we start now looking at the WhatsApp messages. What is the time stamp on that WhatsApp message at page 149 at the top, and the date stamp?
It's dated May 20th, 2023 at around 18:33 hours.
Would I be correct that this, therefore, the vilification through WhatsApp groups actually occurred about 4 months before the event the governor said was the trigger?
Yes, I confirm.
The governor, in our defense, confirms this WhatsApp group as members who include county officials, correct?
Yes, she confirms.
She also confirms it has members of the public.
Yes.
She also confirms it has CECs.
Yes.
And other county officials, isn't it?
Yes, she does.
Would that diverse composition of this group require an element of discretion and discernment from a responsible governor before posting nasty messages about our deputy there?
It requires.
If the governor is posting nasty messages about the deputy governor in a platform that, by our own word, includes both county officials and members of the public, would that trigger violence of the type we saw at Makiri?
It clearly can.
Let's examine the messages themselves. At page 149 where we are, it reads, Nchamba Bede removed you. Who was removed?
The deputy governor.
Is Nchamba Bede a junior officer or a superior of the deputy governor?
A junior officer to the deputy governor.
Would you expect a junior officer in the ordinary course of events to have the temerity to remove the deputy governor from a WhatsApp group?
No, unless maybe instructed by higher powers or maybe someone who is more senior than the deputy governor.
Let's go to page 162. Before we go to 152, let's go to 155. Or rather, before we go to 162, let's go to 155. At the bottom, it shows again the deputy governor was removed from this group by who?
Honorable Mutia.
Who is Honorable Mutia?
He is a chief officer in the county government of Meru.
In a functional county government, would you expect an ordinary chief officer to have the guts to remove a whole deputy governor from the group unless acting on powers of someone above the deputy governor?
No.
What is the date stamp at the top again?
May 27th, 2023.
This was again 4 months before the rally that is alleged to have triggered these nasty messages, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's go to 158. A post there by Kiambi Aderu. Who is Kiambi Aderu in the middle of the page?
The county secretary to the county government of Meru.
After the DG is removed, some sort of gossip begins between the governor and the county officials and the members of the public, and orders Kiambiadhe to tell the people in the group about this nasty gossip of the deputy governor?
He states that confidence is of essence here. There will be no point for us to converse here then in among us, send screenshots to our enemies. It will be too unethical.
Who is Kiambiadhe saying the screenshots should not be sent to so that they can insult and gossip and chit-chat about the deputy governor freely?
The deputy governor.
At the top of that page, there is a post by the governor, right?
Yes.
What is she saying?
I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragaza kama kawaida.
So here is the governor announcing she will fight the DG and his people. Is this occurring before or after the event the Senate is being invited to believe was the trigger of these very unfortunate things?
Way before the event.
And there is a Diane there again replying. Who is Diane?
Diane, I believe, is a public member because I don't know what position he owns.
Let's go to 160. There is a post there by the governor herself. To the best of your knowledge, the number given there, is it the number of the governor?
Page?
160.
Oh yes, it's the governor's phone number.
What is the governor telling our junior officers in relation to our deputy governor after they have removed him from the group?
She states that CEO Mutia panga retreat ya sub-county and want admins to chome jeshi.
So the governor is recruiting what that means in our war with the deputy governor.
Yes.
Would you expect a governor familiar with the dignity expected of that office to do that?
It is not expected.
And what does this junior officer tell the governor after he's been told to mobilize the word that means to fight the deputy governor?
He states that I'm almost finalizing the plans, Excellency. Jeshi iko.
This governor who is organizing this jeshi and the governor we have seen on those videos at Makiri, did she appear to you like someone who is a humble, vulnerable victim? Some good, polite lady who is being harassed for no good cause? Is that the demeanor we saw on those videos?
I don't think so.
The deportment that we can design from these messages so far, is it the deportment of a dignified governor who is a victim of some political witch hunt? Did you see in these texts the tone, language, discernment of a dignified governor?
It isn't.
At page 162, the DG says, or rather the governor says, no, not the governor. Yes, it's the governor at the top. What does she say?
And DG mobilized fewer levy.
Please tell the Senate this is a message the governor has sent to a WhatsApp group that has junior officers, members of the public, about our own deputy governor. Can you please tell the Senate the translation of what she's saying?
The translation is on page 446 of volume 2, and maybe I can read the translation. Chief of Samutia writes, People are with us, and I am so encouraged. Today, they used police to intimidate our jeshi. Their darkness won't and can't overcome our light. The governor responds, and DG mobilized fuel levy, pamwe wakachore wakahamia mbele ya mbokando kabeigwa, which translates to the deputy governor mobilized a few drunkards. Some people will have to find ways of defecating an avocado seed. You'll hear them.
Does this sound to you like a dignified message by a governor that, according to our constitution and chapter 6 laws, should bring honor and dignity both to our office and that of the DG?
It isn't now, especially considering that this was posted in our WhatsApp group with junior officers, the deputy governor, and members of the public, of course.
Again, was this message before or after the event now offered as an explanation for what triggered these very unfortunate messages?
It was way before, there around May of 2023.
4 months before.
Yeah.
Let's go to page 163. There is a post there by a junior officer called Nkanata responding to the governor's very unfortunate message. What does Nkanata say?
He states, we few pakavona vaikone.
Again, what in your understanding was this junior officer now saying about the DG?
He is exclaiming and saying that they will suffer the consequences.
Let us go to Kabati Kaende, page 165. What does the governor say in response to a junior officer called Kanata?
She states that I've fought many and serious battles. Hiyo yao ni manyunyu. Nitawagaragasa kama kawaida. Just relax and watch the space and concentrate in development. Kabati kaende. Back me with prayers and seeing deliverance of our Father. He has done it for me, and the promise high end is beautiful.
The governor in her defense says, quote unquote, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru. Is this message consistent with the person who is the foremost peacemaker in Meru?
The tone and the language used doesn't depict someone who is a peacemaker.
Indeed, is any of the messages we have so far seen consistent with the governor who, in our own words, quote unquote, is the foremost peacemaker in Meru County?
They don't.
In page 166, what does Governor Mwangaza write in response to a junior officer called Kiambiatheru? Let's begin with Kiambiatheru. What does he say that the governor is responding to at the top of page 166?
Kiambiatheru states that our enemies misadvised he, very unfortunate for him, that is in reference to the deputy governor. And then the governor responds by stating, he thinks I'm the type of a person who can be scanned by a useless, childish, mannerless, mobilized group of people with threats. Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke.
Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke. Again, is this the language of a dignified, peaceful, peace-loving governor who is the victim of male chauvinism, who is a victim of Jurincheke, who is a victim? All these things she's saying, it wasn't me, I'm just a victim. Is this message consistent with such a humble, meek, and dignified governor?
It is inconsistent.
This Let's go to page 167. What does the governor say, and what does our county secretary, junior officer, Dr. Kiambi Averu say? What does the governor say that Kiambi is responding to?
The governor states that they want him to recover what Ntochio invested heavily, kuweka jina kwa ballot paper.
And what does Kiambi Averu?
The message that Kiambi Averu is responded to is clearly captured in page 170.
Let's go to 170 where it is. Okay.
From the governor, which states they want him to recover. First of all, the governor is responding to CCM Finance, who stated that very true. They are using him, and when done, they will dump him. Very unfortunate. Then the governor states they want him to recover what Ntochio invested heavily. Kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment worth CEC Finance Shuari. And gratefulness is a curse. Results coming up soon. And then Ntochio is the former deputy governor. And then the county secretary responds on page 167 by saying, I am a witness. He contributed nothing to the campaigns. Zero.
Would you consider it in order for the governor to be telling civil servants and junior officers that our deputy contributed nothing, even if we were to assume it is true, for argument's sake? Would that be a proper message to be sent by a governor to a forum like this?
It's not in order.
Is this consistent with our chapter 6? Is this the type of messages governors should be acquitted by the Senate so that they can continue sending them?
It isn't consistent with chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Let's go to page 174. What is the governor telling Monica Kadono, who is a junior officer and specifically the CCM for finance?
The governor is telling the CCM finance, the deputy apewe finance CCM laughable. Omchukue 2027 wapee yeye finance needs.
Let's go to 179. Let's go to 176 first. There is a post there by the governor. Can you read it to the Senate?
Our wajinga tuwanyamazie till 2026. Mute completely, concentrate with the development. They want to divert us from our agenda and join the madness. Kama ni kunyorosha, tukamatie chini. Wapige nduru kabisa. I show you direction. Meanwhile, we are here 10 bila breaks.
Is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office?
It is inconsistent.
Who are the people she was referring to as wajinga and whom she says nitawanyorosha na kuwakamatia chini?
Other leaders from the great county of Meru.
Should the governor be, for whatever reason, be sending such messages to junior officers and members of the public, even if we were to assume, for argument's sake, she has a valid grievance against other elected leaders?
She shouldn't.
Let's go to 179. What is the governor saying at the top there?
She states, I love this, mwanaume ni kazi, si kujivutavuta na kupigania tusimu tofitina. Kazi yonge mtakacha mvunguni. She leaves it at that. Then she continues to state, the Bible says, lazy people should not eat and should be denied all benefits similar to eating. Ukisikia mtu analialia ni mzembe, wachana naye akufe.
Who are the people the governor is calling lazy and who should not eat in the context of this message?
It is in reference to the deputy governor.
It is in the reference. Now, again, Mr. Mawere, let's assume for argument's sake, because human beings disagree all the time, let's assume the governor has a genuine grievance against our deputy. Should she be sending this type of message in this type of group?
It is not expected of a person of the stature of a governor.
What does Barrio Nation say in response to the governor?
He says, extremely true, Your Excellency.
Let's go to page 180. No, I meant page 190, Mr. Speaker. What is the governor saying at page 190?
The governor says he is now claiming that Pesa he is now claiming that Pesa office of the governor to be split into two, Lafabu. Ojo akaringo imorungu oengo atetumene in Jesus' mighty name. May Jehovah God, who sees the motive in every move, deal with our enemies speedily in Jesus' mighty name.
And Nchamba Mbezi there, who is the governor's chief of staff, what does Nchamba Mbezi say that the governor is responding to? It is at page 191.
He says, in my opinion, the issues going around the media are really fueled by the DG's silence. We all know well there was no planned trip to US that was cancelled. We all know there's no time that our DG's vehicle has ever been taken away. Our DG silence is really making my people to believe the fake rumors. If DG comes out and clears the air on the fake rumors, the current politics will be a thing of the past. Why do we have to go through hard times and the solution is within us?
Who is Jamba Bedi, the author of the post you just read?
He is the chief of staff to the governor.
Let's go back to 181 where the same Chamba Mbezi is again conversing with the governor in this group. What does Chamba Mbezi say?
He says, blessed weekend, Our Excellency, we have beheaded you 101%. Anyone trying to fight you is fighting us and becomes our enemy immediately.
In your understanding, sir, would a junior officer, and we've asked this question a million times because it's important, would a junior officer be posting these things without the blessing of the governor?
Of course not.
Especially when that junior officer is the governor's own chief of staff?
It is not expected.
So, Bwana Mawira, let's go to 194. What does the governor say in that page?
She states that Ian Ujinga, sponsored by DG, I'm issuing last warning. I don't entertain useless threats. My 15 years in politics have never seen such childishness and ukumbafu.
The next message.
Walinipea 6K, the entire constituency, and DG kituo yake, I was the last. Wanaongea nini sasa?
The next.
You want to eat what you never labored for. It's a curse.
Next.
Sunday was from Imenti, Tony from Imenti, Jordan from Imenti, and many others. Mbona sikusikia community issue, kuweka jina kwa ballot ni kazi. Watu wanatumiwa vibaya na hata wenye wanakutumia vibaya hawawezi kukupea even elected MCA.
We could go on and on, Mawira. I think the point is made. Mr. Speaker, I request we play a video in which Nchamba Mbezi is seen on television saying some things about the DG. I believe it is video number 3A in support of count 3. The translation of that video is in page 447, Mr. Speaker, or volume 2.
Gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia gintu kiria ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baitene thairwa iri national ithi kerina to bavingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter
ajuge uimigambo enchamba ntenda.
It can be paused, Mr. Speaker, so that I ask the question. On the screen, which TV station is airing this show?
It's Vita TV.
Is that a TV station associated with the governor?
Yes, it is owned by our proxies.
Does Nchamba Mbithi in that clip confirm that this TV has national viewership?
Yes, he confirms.
He confirms it's a national television?
Yes.
Who is Nchamba Mbithi in that video?
The Chief of Staff to the Governor.
Which side is he from the video?
Sorry?
Perhaps the video can be run so that I ask the question. It can be rerun. I want you to identify to Mr. Speaker who is Nchamba Mbithi in this video.
ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baitene thairwa iri national ithi kerina to bavingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana
It can be paused. That's the Chief of Staff on national television, and the transcript is at page 447. In summary, sir, what was Nchamba Mbithi saying on national television about the deputy governor?
In translation, he says, what Mutuma is doing is something I would not want to say here because I know Baita TV as a national audience. Mutuma is defecating on the plate from which he feeds. And Mutuma here is in reference to the deputy governor.
Can you confirm this show happened after the previous impeachment motion, which had a count on unnecessary aggression and vilification of other leaders?
I confirm.
Let's play video number 3B, Mr. Speaker. It's a fairly long video, but we'll crave your leave to play it, Mr. Speaker, because it helps the Senate understand whether indeed the governor is this meek, humble person who is the foremost peacemaker. And if you permit, I can put some of the questions as it plays, Mr. Speaker. We on count 3, Mr. Speaker.
So they can pause and then you proceed
Yes.
to put the question.
Maybe it can be reversed a little. The transcript of this video is at pages 251 to 252 of our volume 2. Who is the person dancing behind the guy with the guitar?
She's the governor of Meru, Her Excellency Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
And who is the person playing the guitar?
That is the first gentleman of Meru County government, or simply the spouse to the governor of Meru County.
So, Mr. Speaker, now the volume can be increased so that you hear the lyrics. Then I can put my next series of questions. The volume is low, Mr. Speaker. We might not hear the lyrics. From that screen, Mr. Mawira, where is this rally being held?
At Kiotine.
Where is Kiotine?
Kiotine is in Igembe.
Is that near the DG's home?
Yes, near Maua.
When was this event held?
On the 28th of August 2023.
Is that before or after the procession the governor is offering to explain our belligerence towards the deputy governor and other leaders?
Before.
It was before?
Yes.
So does that explanation of us and the video was shown earlier on offer a valid answer to the charge for vilifying other leaders in the DG?
It does.
Who are these people described in that song as Wenyewivu?
There is the DG and other elected and other leaders from Meru County.
Does that musical performance talk about the previous impeachment proceedings, the lyrics?
It does.
Those lyrics, do they show a person who learned anything from the previous impeachment?
I can state that it doesn't.
Do they show a recalcitrant or a repentant person as far as the previous impeachment is concerned?
It doesn't.
Do the lyrics accuse other leaders of plotting to kill Governor Kawira Mwangaza?
They do.
Would you expect this to be a potential breach of the peace when other leaders are being accused of plotting to kill the governor?
Of course, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor ever reported any threats to our life in any police station?
I'm not aware of any.
Do those lyrics say that the other leaders want Kawira to assist them to embezzle public funds?
They do.
Is that a fair allegation to make of other elected leaders without good business?
It isn't fair.
Does that video say that the other elected leaders don't want Kawira to assist the weak and vulnerable, described as Wanyonge in the lyrics?
They state so.
Please confirm that this musical performance is happening in an Okole rally.
It is, I confirm.
The branding clearly indicates.
Yes.
Does the governor appear dancing to that music and even gesticulating when you weave Wajinyonge with fingers showing how the other leaders should be beheaded or behead themselves?
Yes, she does enjoy and dance to the music and also demonstrate how the Wanyawivu should nyonga themselves.
In your view, sir, can the governor honestly and in good conscience dissociate herself from this musical performance because they were utterances of her spouse?
She can't.
Should governors be allowed to vilify other leaders this way through their spouses so that if they ask, they say it wasn't me, it was someone else?
They shouldn't.
Do the lyrics describe the other elected leaders as having shetani or demons? Did we hear from the lyrics the other leaders being described as having shetani?
Yes, we had.
Is this video, sir, consistent with the narrative of foremost peacemaker in Meru County,
It is
who can't hurt a fly. She is the victim of some scheming, to use her own word, some scheming by the DG to take power through the back door.
It is inconsistent.
Does this video accuse other leaders of wanting to embezzle money meant for building roads in Meru?
It does.
Bwana Mawere, do you know any reason, and you're on oath, that would entitle the governor to hold this type of music performance?
Sorry, come again?
Do you know any justification the governor would have for vilifying other leaders in the manner we have seen in that musical performance?
I wouldn't know why the governor would go to that extent of vilifying and inciting the public against other leaders from Meru County.
The crowds we saw in that video, is it a small or big crowd?
It's a big crowd.
To the best of your knowledge, how often does the governor hold such rallies?
They are held almost every Sunday. Almost every Sunday, that is in the disguise of helping the needy. But I can confirm those rallies are held generally to vilify, demean, and incite the public against other leaders in Meru.
Mr. Speaker, I request we play video number 3C in support of count number 3. The transcript of video number 3C, which we're about to play, is at page 448 of volume 2. No, we don't have a transcript. This one is in Swahili, Mr. Speaker, so it doesn't require a transcript because Swahili is our official language or the national language. Let's play the video.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi ku make decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi, tumbo zao. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kama vile kuna watu huko juu ambao hawajakubali rais wetu alishauriwa. Hawaamini ya kwamba mtoto ambaye alikuwa anatengeneza makuku ama a simple person ambaye alitoka vijijini anaweza kuwa rais, na wanamsumbua kwa sababu bado hawajaamini kama president wetu Ruto ni rais pamoja na naibu wake. Hivyo ndivyo ilivyo Meru. Kuna matajiri na viongozi wachache ambao hawajaamini ya kwamba walipoteza katika kura ambazo zilipita. Ni vizuri wajipange na waelewe ya kwamba Meru iko na kiongozi, na kiongozi ni gavana ni. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, nichukua hii nafasi.
Mr. Karia, to the best of your knowledge, what occasion was this when these utterances were made?
This was a prayer rally attended by the President of the Republic and the Deputy in Lare, that is in Igembe North.
To the best of your knowledge, why did the President and the Deputy organize this trip to Meru?
Sorry?
Would you know the motivation why the President and the Deputy traveled to Meru for this function?
It was a Thanksgiving prayer rally, and also to come and also try to reconcile the leaders of Meru, especially the governor and the deputy governor.
Did this occasion occur before or after the previous impeachment?
After the previous impeachment process.
And that's why the deputy president and the president spearheaded the reconciliation effort, isn't it?
Yes, I can confirm.
So you're confirming the problem in Meru has been addressed to the Council of Governors, to the Senate, all those people you counted, and not even the president himself.
I confirm.
Has that, all these interventions, have they restored sanity in Meru County?
They have not. We have stagnated at one point.
Do you expect speakers in a presidential function to speak in a dignified way about other leaders?
Yes, it is expected.
Did we hear the governor talk about Katel Kumi in this presidential function?
She did.
In the understanding of the ordinary Meru citizen, who are the people she was calling Katel Kumi?
The elected members of parliament and the woman representative of Meru.
Did you hear call these people before the President of the Republic, Makatel?
She did, and stated that it's people who earn 500,000 and above, and also to 1 million Kenya shillings.
Did she also say these are people who only care about their stomachs?
Yes, she did.
Would those be utterances that connote a governor that is peace-loving, that has learned from the previous impeachment process and is just a victim?
They shouldn't.
Let's play video number 3C, or rather 3D, Mr. Speaker. And as I seek your...
Council, just to remind
you. Yes.
That you have 1 hour to go. And bear in mind, you have more witnesses to call. The time that is utilized by the senators, that cannot be part of the 4 hours. So out of the 4 hours so far, you have 1 hour to go.
Mr. Speaker, does that include the time taken by my counterparts to cross-examine my witnesses? Because they took actually more time cross-examining the other witness than we.
Well, that's still within your 4 hours, just like you will be doing when their time comes.
I'll try to do my best, Mr. Speaker, but I also crave for your indulgence. It is because of my consciousness as to time that I'm taking more time with this witness, just in case I'm not able to call all the 6. Let's play video number 3D, and Mr. Speaker, I know we expunge. This is the video that inspired the allegory that was misunderstood. The transcript of this video is at page 448 to 449 of volume 2. Let's proceed.
Tusema na ili hapo kienine Bwana asifiwe. Na ndi nyambo kama tio kavuyo kama utaneze. Kama tako impeachment ya vivi hapa. Wewe bia dizerie. Ta kama aliganiria kwamba mbantu kwa bonjuria kalivale. Banjuria ndale la medo bijadira. Mukama tio kavuyo akamba mbaka ko bia umage ta. Pena kiangala kenge na kwa kaije kama koroga Mungu abalinga 20-0 na ndiba oganebeje tukuja tuteku ai kedere ndare akobia kakana pata to makiria no ga indi na dirikare kwa biba toera na tulienda 2027 ngogeche mtu chiarie.
Mr. Mawere, what is the governor talking about in that video?
The previous impeachment process.
What is she saying about the previous impeachment process?
That there is nothing that was done to her even after the county assembly impeached her and took her to the Senate.
That nothing happened to her even after?
She was impeached by the county assembly and brought to the Senate. Nothing happened to her, or nothing was done to her.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's how my allegory was born, but we can see the last video, 3E.
Vimenti kana no taro na ro taro utai ka misema nyunwe tano mkobu digete misema nyo vante 6 ndene sa vimenti na go ya daga antora kama na u weja kando kama konginye de bejeo bejone kwena misema jera diga kenda ntumuro ndelo wabaro kai kumera kwa kwa ntumye tesai otora nyo sai keba Mawira nombera karugule ndo sendeleka kwawe inabare kwena speed ya masinesi ya 400 mekera gitage ko speed ya 20 ukeja kulegenya masinesi njaro na kiragita kila tueka kinare mpatu kimbeje bantu ya watu ramtao ukabeka ninja mimi ra tueka na mimi inaona tueka na lega tueka lakini kaende kabati Bwana asifiwe. Tutaweka nengia kiragita na Mercedes. Speed hichi rumanya muno. Na igetuye kama Mwangaza sauti ikaibwa. Ukaibwa sauti iko halia. Na ishio ukubwa tena bakabubiba. Na ina ungere ntuko ngeto yale. Ndabwa na tio gate nene.
We can pause it in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, now that I'm guided by your... Mr. Mawira, what was the governor doing as per this video?
She was vilifying the elected member of parliament for South Imenti, as well as other members of parliament from Meru.
To your best of your knowledge, sir, is there any overlap between the duties of governor and those of MPs and the senator, so that the governor is constantly inciting the public against? Is there any conflict of duty or interest? Don't they have very different duties?
They are very different and well stipulated, clearly stipulated for every office order.
As a matter of fact, where is the main workstation of the 9 MPs of Meru? Is it in Meru or here at the parliament buildings?
It's here at the parliament buildings in Nairobi.
Do you know any reason why a member of parliament in Meru, while doing their duties, say in this chamber or the other one, will suddenly hear that the governor is saying nasty things about them in some rally in Meru?
Sorry?
Do you know any reason why the governor will be vilifying a person who is based in Nairobi and while they are doing their duty in Nairobi?
No, I'm not aware.
Paragraph 16A, count 4, you accused the governor of appointing Kenneth Moitiriongo as a chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Did you make such an accusation, sir?
Yes.
Have you provided any evidence for it?
Yes, the evidence is in pages 271, 296, 295 to 296, 297, 299, and 301 of volume 2.
Let's go to 271. 296. The document begins at 295. Where does this document at 295 say it emanates from?
Office of the Governor.
Office of the Governor. And on the next page, do we have the appointment of this officer, Kenneth Moitiriongo?
Yes, paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12. Does that confirm he was appointed as a chief officer?
Yes, it does.
Is he appointed as a substantive or an acting chief officer?
Sorry?
Based on that document, is that an acting or substantive appointment?
It's substantive since it's not stated that he is acting.
Do such appointments require the approval of the county assembly?
Yes, as it is required by the law.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor placed any approval of the assembly for this officer?
None whatsoever.
Let's go to 296, 297. What is the document there?
It's a document from the office of the clerk addressed to the county secretary, that is Dr. Kiambi James Dambura Aderu, in the matter of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and the County Assembly of Meru standing orders, and in the inquiry of the Sectoral Committee on Labor, Public Services, and Social Welfare, summons.
So, sir, have you provided sufficient evidence to show this person was appointed without county assembly approval?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to 16D, paragraph 16D of your impeachment motion. You accuse the governor of appointing unqualified persons, namely Kenneth Moitriongo, Edwin Mutuma Mrangeri, and Gitovun Kanata as chief officers without competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. Have you provided any evidence to show this?
Yes, I have.
Let's go to, where is that evidence, sir?
The evidence is on pages 253 to 260, 295 to 296, 322, 325, 326, all the way to 327, 331, 332, 334, 335, and 386 to 389.
Let's go to the appointment of traffic marshals. Have you provided evidence of the appointment of these officers?
Yes, I have.
The governor responds by saying that this office was regularized. And she says it was a joke. That's our response in the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, they did.
Have we seen her in a video? Mr. Speaker, we can play the video in support of count 4. It's a brief video.
That's
Safari ya kuainisha mji wa Meru imeanza. Asante sana, asante na ofisi ya gavana. Kwa hivyo basi kwa hizi pikipiki ambazo zitakuwa kila macho, kazi kubwa ni kusaidia mji wetu wa Meru, mji wa Kwebo, mji wa Maua kutoa msongamano wa magari.
Do we see in that video, sir, the governor flagging off traffic marshals?
Yes, it's seen in the video.
Whose duty is it to establish this office?
It's the duty of the County Public Service Board to create offices under the county government's structure.
Now let's go to page 392 of volume 2. What did the County Public Service Board say about the existence of this office?
In a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly, in relation to the inquiry, the board or the secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board states that the board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service.
But on the ground in Meru, Mr. Kawira, why was this a problem so that the assembly got seized of it? What were the so-called traffic marshals doing that became of concern to the assembly?
After they were flagged off by the governor, they went around Meru town, arresting offenders and charging them fines irregularly. And there was a petition to the assembly in complaining about the creation of the office of the traffic marshals irregular.
So in summary, sir, other than the video and the document I've shown, What other pages can you refer the Senate to prove this count?
We have pages 394, 398, 409 to 412, 413.
You have, in paragraph 16G, accused the governor of having a bloated workforce. Have you provided evidence of this?
Yes, on pages 282 to 283, 309, 345 to 352, 353, 357, 359 to 362, and 362 to 382.
Let's go to page 361 to 362 and speak about a particular cadre of staff in the governor's office. How many cleaners are shown there?
That is from number 73 to 93. That is roughly 20.
Page number 73 to?
Entry number 73 to entry number 90. To entry on the next page, to entry number 111.
How many cleaners are those? Would I be right to say they are 38?
Yes, they are.
Let's see how some of these officers, styled as cleaners, how they are described on the payroll. Let's pick the officer number 111, Jamal Bundi. He has been described as a cleaner in the recruitment. Now let's go to page 379 and see his payslip. What is his designation?
He is recruited as a cleaner, but his designation is senior support staff.
So the payslip is that of a senior support staff?
Yes.
But the appointment is that of a cleaner?
Yes.
Let's pick another one. At page 381, at the bottom, what is the name of the officer?
Mr. Godfrey Mwenda Mireti.
So this gentleman was also recruited as a cleaner, but his pay slip is for what cadre?
Senior support staff.
That officer is number 103, Mr. Speaker, on page 362. Page 382, the officer there is named. There are actually two of them.
I'll show you. Miss Faith Kendi Kidinji and Miss Glory Kinya Kinoti.
Would you consider it irregular for officers to be hired as cleaners, then paid on the pay grade of senior support staff?
Sorry?
Is it an irregularity to employ persons as cleaners, then on the payroll, pay them as senior support staff?
Yes, it is an illegality.
Would you know why this irregularity has been taking place in Meru?
I believe it is for the governor to reward our cronies.
To reward our cronies?
Yes.
Let's go to count number 6. Naming a public road after her husband. Do you have any evidence of this?
Yes, I have.
You can do it, but Have you provided any evidence, sir, to support count 7?
Yes, on pages 442 to 443 of our volume 2.
Count number 21B, contemptuous letter to the Assembly in response to lawful summons. Do you have any evidence?
Yes, on page 301. Sorry, 311.
Open for 45, the letter by Chamber. I want us to see the letter that is said to be contemptuous. You earlier on told us that governors and the CECs are obliged to supply documents to the Assembly, right?
Yes.
And to honor lawful summons.
Yes, they should.
This letter at page 444 is indicated as emanating from what office? Page 444.
Office of the Governor.
And who is the author at page 445?
The Chief of Staff, stroke Governor's private secretary.
Read for us the last paragraph of that letter.
It reads, we hope the above settles the issue, and if you find the urge to summon the Governor to appear before the committee is irresistible, we will respectively urge the Assembly to move to court for constitutional interpretation in view of the foregoing.
The Assembly is being told if it finds the urge to invite the Governor irresistible. Is that how a Chief of Staff should be responding to lawful summons and requests for documents from the Assembly?
No, it is not.
I want us now to check the responses filed by the Governor. So hold the Governor's response. Governor Kawira says some of the charges before the Senate were in previous impeachment motions. To the best of your knowledge, does the law permit the county assembly to reintroduce previous charges?
Yes, according to section 33 of the County Governments Act, it's allowed after 3 months.
If a governor persists in the very conduct that triggered the first impeachment, can the county assembly be faulted for bringing a second, third, or even 10th if the misconduct does not cease?
No, it can't.
The governor has talked about a curse, or rather a traditional oathing ritual at paragraph 6 of our response, administered by the Jurincheke to compel the assembly to impeach her. To the best of your knowledge, sir, was there any traditional oathing ritual administered at the Jurincheke shrine as alleged by the governor?
No, because I was at that event and it was a tree planting occasion led by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and also the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture was present.
So this was a tree planting event. Was it a Jurincheke event?
Of course not. It was an event spearheaded by the Ministry of Environment.
As to the best of your knowledge, sir, does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of non-members?
It doesn't, and I can attest to that because I'm a member of the Jurincheke.
Does the Jurincheke administer oaths in the presence of children?
No, because they are not members of the cultural association.
Were there children in this event alleged to have been an oathing ceremony?
They were present.
But Mr. Mawere, let's assume for argument's sake, the Jurincheke somehow got intermingled in this matter. would you expect the Jurincheke to be concerned if Meru is in a perpetual and apparently insoluble crisis?
They should, because it's a highly respected council of elders, and it has no problem, or it is not prohibited from indulging in matters that affect the great people of Meru.
The governor says all these things we alleged against are acts of other officials who should bear their own responsibility. What is your response to that?
Sorry?
The governor at paragraph 12 of our response tells the Senate that this litany of complaints you have against her relates to acts and omissions committed by other county officials. Are these other county officials in the governor's office?
Yes, they are.
Are some of them the governor's immediate siblings?
Yes, they are.
Do governors actually always act in person, or they act through junior officers?
They act through junior officers, of course, appointed by the governor, and others employed by the County Public Service Board.
So if governors in practice do most of their work through delegation to county officials, is it a valid defense to say it wasn't me?
It isn't a valid defense.
Do we have instances in our response where she relies on acts of county officials, but when it is not convenient, she says it wasn't me?
Yes, they are there.
Should she have it both ways? When it suits her, the acts of the county officials should be considered. When it doesn't suit her, they should not be considered.
She can't have it both ways.
Can a governor be heard to say that millions upon millions of county funds paid to our own sister, the secretary of our own chief of staff in our own office, that she somehow was aloof and shouldn't take responsibility for that?
The governor can't allude to that.
The governor says the MCAs have no issue with her at paragraphs 4, 1, 8, and 16, and that you and your colleagues are acting under internal, external influence and intimidation to facilitate a political scheme. Is that correct?
That is not true.
Is she the foremost peacemaker in Meru, as she says at paragraph 17 of her defense?
It has been illustrated she's not.
She says the public participation was a sham. Has she identified any specific shortfall of that public participation?
None.
She says she's been rated among the top 10 best performing governors in Kenya. What is your response?
I think that is a report that has just been produced the other day, and I believe it was tailor-made to suit this case, because previously we have seen other independent bodies also rate the governor, like the timely survey that ranked the governor position 40 out of 47 in Kenya. So there is a...
Did the governor disclose that she was relying on this survey produced just after the impeachment, that there was another survey also ranking her 40 out of 47?
No.
So she is happy to have the survey ranking her highly considered, but not the one ranking her in the bottom?
Yes, that is true.
But let's assume, for argument's sake, Mr. Kawira, that indeed the governor was rated, and validly so, as one of the best performing. Would that mean she didn't commit any of the acts she is accused of?
There is not evidence contrary to, or evidence to adduce that she has not committed any crime.
If those acts are impeachable, would they cease to be impeachable because she is the best performing governor?
No way.
Let's go to our specific responses. She says you have not adduced any evidence to support the count 1 on misappropriation and misuse of county funds. What is your response?
That is not true, because we have adduced evidence in our volume 2.
As a matter of fact, is there anything else in volume 2 other than evidence?
No, it's the Assembly's evidence.
She says Salesio Mutuma is misrepresenting and misreading the entries on the IFMIS report. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor produce any other IFMIS report other than the one before the Senate?
No.
As a matter of fact, in our defense, is the governor relying on that same IFMIS report?
She's relying on the same IFMIS extract.
Can she rely on the IFMIS report we have when it favors her, but disown it when it doesn't favor her?
Sorry?
Can she urge the Senate to accept the IFMIS report to the extent that it exonerates her, but to reject it to the extent that it shows wrongdoing on her part?
As long as it is the same report she's relying on, she can't.
She says she did not use her relatives to embezzle public funds. Did we take the Senate through millions upon millions of shillings taken by our relatives as prepayments?
Yes, we have already taken the Senate through that part of the evidence.
She says the matter is before EACC. I don't know, another matter is in court, another matter is in some other forum. To the best of your knowledge, sir, does the pendency of any complaint or inquiry preclude the county assembly or the Senate from impeaching a governor if they are persuaded that the governor has fallen short of the standard required under Chapter 6?
No, because the Assembly's oversight role doesn't depend or is not conditioned on what the ACC is doing. And also, I believe the Senate's powers.
Would you consider the governor to be sufficiently proximate to all these persons who withdrew 78 million shillings from the county irregularly?
Yes, they are close, people who are very close to the governor.
Why do you say they are very close?
Some are relatives and the others work in an office that is under the office of the governor.
A governor who is unaware that the whole 78 million shillings has been siphoned from the county, would that strike you as a diligent governor?
No.
Would that strike you as a competent governor?
Of course not.
How many times does the secretary to the governor's chief of staff appear on the IFMIS report receiving prepayments contrary to PFM laws? How many times?
She appears 87 times.
87 times?
Yes.
And the total amount paid to her irregularly per that IFMIS, whose authenticity is not in issue, is how much?
21,868,944 shillings.
How many times does Lydia Nkatha appear? The one you say as an entanglement with the chief of staff?
8 times.
8 times. Does withdrawn how much?
3,606,400 shillings.
The governor has produced some vouchers and impressed, and indeed our answer is that these payments to our sister were impressed she takes on behalf of other people. Is that a valid defense according to your understanding of these documents?
It is not.
Are those impressed the governor has submitted, signed by the relevant officers?
They are not supported or signed by the relevant officers like the director of accounts and also the chief of finance. And also the examiner has not signed the relevant supporting document that she provided.
Even incomplete as they are, out of the 78 million, how much has the governor accounted for?
On average, 2 million.
2 million?
Yes.
Jane Karimikaithia, who we are told we misrepresent hospitality for hospital. First of all, does the motion misrepresent hospitality payments as payment for hospital supplies?
No, it does not.
As a matter of fact, Does the impeachment motion mention hospital?
Nowhere does the impeachment motion mention hospital.
You are told you have accused, or you say Jane Karimikaivia is a relative of the governor. Is there any place we have said she is a relative of the governor?
Nowhere, the motion.
The same for Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's interrogate the defense of per diems and imprests. Would that explain the 107 irregular payments, stalled prepayments on IFMIS?
It doesn't.
The vouchers and imprests that the governor has produced, do they explain the big payments to our sister and other relatives, or they focus on the petty payments?
It doesn't, because I think they conveniently focus only on the small payments, and that account for only 2 million out of the 78 million that they have alleged to misappropriate.
As a matter of fact, sir, we are still interrogating whether these were impressed for per diem. Does the IFMIS report indicate payments that are per diems?
Sorry?
Are there specific payments indicated on the IFMIS as accommodation and domestic travel?
Yes, there are some.
Like on what pages?
Pages 17.
Yes.
21, 22, 27, 28 of our volume 2.
So if there are specific entries for per diems, can the governor be heard to say that the unexplained prepayments are also per diems when the system has a way of capturing per diems?
No, they can't.
To the best of your knowledge, can an officer hold more than one imprest at a time?
Of course not, because it is against the PFM regulations of 2015.
Which regulation in particular?
Regulation 93, 4B, and 8 of the Public Finance Management.
So if an officer cannot hold more than one imprest at a time, what do we make of situations where we see the governor's relatives receiving several prepayments on the same day? Wouldn't that mean they were holding several imprests on that day?
Yes, they were.
As a matter of fact, can we see on the IFMIS instances where the governor's relatives were paid 6 times on the same day, 8 times on the same day, 5 times on the same day?
Yes, and the evidence is on pages 17 to 29 of volume 2.
The imprest the governor has submitted, are they all accompanied by signing sheets?
Most of them are not.
Most of them are not.
Yes.
The claim that an officer receives imprest on behalf of an entire delegation, would it require each member to sign the signing sheet, even if one officer received the money in its entirety?
Yes, individually they should.
Has that been shown?
No.
Does the law permit use of imprest to make huge payments of money?
It doesn't allow.
As a matter of fact, imprest is confined to small payments that are done routinely and therefore cannot conveniently be paid through the ordinary payment system, isn't it?
That is true.
So would it then be a valid answer, given the law, on when imprest can be used? Would it be a valid answer to be told that 107 prepayments amounting to 78 million shillings were done by way of imprest that we have not even seen?
No, that would be abuse of interest.
Did the governor produce the imprest she has now produced before the Senate, before the county assembly?
They blatantly refused to.
She blatantly refused.
Yeah.
You told us they are not signed. I want you to show us a few that are not signed by the validating officers. Please show the Senate.
Pages 93.
Mr. Speaker, we're referring to the governor's bundle.
Yes.
The one with the blue pages.
93. On that particular payment voucher for Rose Kenya, with
This
the
is a
governor's,
payment to the governor's sister, right?
sister, amounting to 25,400. The payment voucher has not been signed by the examiner. That is examination. The payment voucher has not been signed by the Director of Accounts or CEO Finance.
Let's go to the one, the payment voucher at page 108. Is it signed by the examiner?
No, it is not.
Who is it issued to?
Rose Kenya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the accounting officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 131. Who is it issued to?
The one that at page 108
Yes.
is only signed by the AIE holder, who is the COS, indicating the chief of staff.
Okay.
Yes.
And the one at page 131, who is it issued to?
Rose Kenya, the governor's sister.
Is it signed by the Director of Accounting or Chief Finance Officer?
No, it is not.
Let's go to the one at page 120. It shows voucher number 68458 was issued in the name of who?
Rose Kenya.
That voucher, according to the IFMIS extract at page 23 of our volume 2, to whom was the money paid?
It was paid to Kadure Rokaria Catherine.
Is that an irregularity where the governor's sister is the one who surrenders the purported imprest? But on IFMIS, the money is misrepresented as being paid to Catherine.
Yes, it is an irregularity.
Does this show why even people who are not the governor's relatives, the impeachment motion still accuses the governor?
Sorry?
Does this show the connection between the governor's relatives and other irregular payments to third parties?
Yes, it does.
Let's still stick to that payment to Catherine Rukaria. How much amount is indicated on IFMIS?
On the IFMIS extract, it is indicated $107,500 shillings.
How about the one indicated on the governor's voucher for that payment? How much is indicated?
117,600.
There is a variance of over 10,000, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
Would this constitute fraudulent accounting?
Yes, it is.
Let's come to the specific embezzlement. Let's look at the acceptance of the imprest on page 282 on of the governor's volume. That is a signing sheet for a journey of how many days, sir?
2 days.
2 days. The cover letter is on the previous page, which is page?
281.
281. Who are the people going on this journey?
Her Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the governor, Miriam Gwantai, the personal assistant, who is also the sister to the governor, Rose Kinya, a security officer to the governor, who is also sister to the governor, Kenneth Murangiri, a driver, indicated as a driver, and Moses Kubania, indicated as a...
Who is Kenneth Murangiri indicated there?
He is the brother to the governor.
So let's now hold the thought, Mr. Mawere. The journey is for 2 days. The signing sheet is for 2 days. Let's find whether the governor and the delegation went for 2 days at page 284. That's the work ticket for that is supporting that impressed. On that day of 7th February, where does it say the vehicle traveled to and from?
Traveled to Meru, from Meru to Nairobi and back.
Above it shows that vehicle was in Meru the previous day, isn't it?
Yes.
And after it shows it was also in Meru the following day, isn't it?
The following day on 8th, the vehicle was traveling from Meru to Lare, which is in Meru County, and back.
So if the governor and her relatives signed impress for 2 days for a 1-day journey by their own documents, would that be embezzlement of county funds?
Yes, it is, since they were in Nairobi for they didn't spend even a night in Nairobi, they traveled to Nairobi and back, and then they claim facilitation for 2 days.
The governor, has she submitted any supporting document for these impressed and surrendered, such as an hotel booking?
Sorry?
Has she submitted supporting documents like hotel bookings?
None whatsoever.
Boarding passes?
None.
Receipts for vehicle fuel?
None.
Any other document that would be required to validate an imprest?
There is none.
Would that explain why our own officers have refused to validate those imprests?
Yes, it explains why.
Let's look at the work ticket number 824-574 at page 276 of the governor's badge. What is the number, the serial number of that work ticket, sir?
824-547.
824?
574, sorry.
574. What is the dates, which month are the dates appearing on that work ticket on that page?
From 1st of January 2023.
Yes.
All the way to 22nd of January 2023.
Let's go to pages 118. Is the serial number the same as the one you've read?
Just a minute.
Page 118 of the governor's badge.
Yes, the serial number is the same, 824-574.
That same work ticket also appears at page 129, right?
Yes, it does.
And both on pages 118 and 129, the dates are in February, right?
The one on pages 118 covers from 1st of February to 19th of February. The one on pages 129 also covers from 1st of February to 20th of February. And among the entries there is an entry on 16th, 18th, and 19th. That is the one on page 129.
You see the one on page 129. The entries are?
Page 129, the entries are from 1st of February
Yes.
to 20th of February. But along the entries, there is a single day that has not been indicated. That is, they have only indicated 16th of February.
Then jump to 18th.
They
right?
jump to 18th of February.
Then gone to 19th.
Yes.
Then gone to 20th.
Yes.
And on the second page, it goes to?
On the second page, it goes back to 17th.
It goes back to 17th.
Yes.
Is that a natural chronology of events, or this is an exposed falsification of this document?
It is not. Maybe these are forged documents to try and support the irregularities.
So let's go to page 104 of the governor's document and hold it together with page 204. Can you confirm it is the same work ticket number 824574?
Just a minute.
We are requesting, Mr. Speaker, you hold on the governor's bundle pages 104 together with 204.
Pages 104, the serial number is that 824-574.
It is the same work ticket?
Yes.
And the dates are in which month?
The dates on the work ticket on pages 204 start from 1st of March to 18th of March.
Let's now go to page 189 of the governor's bundle. Is it the same work ticket?
It's the same work ticket.
And the dates are in which month?
1st of April to 23rd of April.
So, Mr. Mawere, we have seen the same work ticket being given to the Senate in the answer to the charge for misappropriating county funds. Is it possible for a vehicle as busy as the governor's to use the same work ticket from January to February to March to end of April? Is that something the Senate should seriously believe?
The Senate should not believe that because considering how busy our governor is, they can't use the same work ticket for the whole month.
How many times, sir, and how many impressed have been justified using this single work ticket, number 824574? How many times has it been used to explain different interests by the governor?
They are used 17 times.
It has been used 17 times.
Yes.
Can a single work ticket account for 17 different interests?
No, it can't.
Running across 4 months?
It can't.
Can you tell the Senate very quickly the pages where you say it has been used 17 times? We don't have to go through each of them given the time.
On the governor's budget, pages 104, 118, 129, 138, 150, 189, up to pages 327.
17 times?
Yes.
Let's look at the work ticket, number 810977 at page 319 of the governor's budget.
Page?
319.
Yes.
That work ticket has a column for signing by the authorizing officer, number and signature of person authorizing the journey. Is any of those journeys authorized?
None. None that is authorized.
Is it fair to postulate the reason it is not signed by the authorizing officer is because this document is not a genuine document.
Yes, it's true.
Who is the purported authorizing officer as per that page?
Kenneth Morangeri, who is the brother to the governor.
Mr. Speaker, can I beg and plead you give me at least 30 minutes? I said this is my most critical witness. I can live with the inability to call the others, but I crave, if you give me 30 minutes to an hour, I will be eternally grateful to you.
Are you therefore saying that if you're given 30 more minutes,
yes,
you'll conclude with this witness and forgo the others? Is that
I'm not
your
saying
request?
that, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, and I know it's an impossible situation for everyone. Unfortunately, the rules only provide a single day where it is not humanly possible, a matter this serious, to address it within those times. I'll beg you, if it finds favor with you, we can even push the hours and allow me to call at least one more or two more witnesses. I clearly can't call all the 6, given how the time is moving, but if you give me 30 minutes with this one and allow me to call at least 2 more, I'll be more than grateful.
How long do you intend to be with the remaining 2, the ones that you intend to call?
The others, Mr. Speaker, this one is the main witness. The others will be speaking to very specific allegations. I don't see any of them taking, if you go by the time we took with the first witness, on our part, we took around 15 to 20 minutes with them. The only reason the session ran into an hour is because the cross-examination was longer, and we also took more sessions for interjections from the senators.
So if I give you half an hour to conclude with this witness,
yes,
and then I give you 20 minutes within which to conclude with your remaining 2 witnesses, will that be fair?
If you give me 2 for purposes of examination in chief, for the other 2 witnesses, if you give me 20 minutes for purposes of exam in chief for each, it should be enough. But again, I can't take responsibility for how long the cross-examination for each of them might take.
Just speak for yourself. I'll come to the...
I'll take 20 for the other 2, 20 each.
Okay.
Yes.
So then the 4-hour time period given to you has terminated at 7:13. So I'm going to grant you the 30 minutes to conclude with this witness. We will deal with the governor's lawyer when he's on his feet.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. You have been told at paragraph 1.1.11 of the governor's response that there is no evidence linking Kenneth Gwantai to misuse of county funds, and his name does not appear in the IFMI's extract. Is that defense of the governor consistent with the evidence on record?
No, because the evidence is there to see on pages 20, 22, and 24 of the IFMI's extract.
So who again is Kenneth Gwantai?
Brother to the governor.
So when the governor says it doesn't appear on the IFMI's as receiving money and it's there in black and white, is that a serious defense?
It is not, since it is a misrepresentation of facts.
It is said that you, sir, you yourself of all people, made a Facebook post defending the governor that you now are asking the Senate to remove from office. What is your answer?
Yes, I did, but my support doesn't give the governor leeway to breach the law. And also, the support came in before I was seized of the facts before this Senate and the Assembly.
Did you have the benefit of this extract, Miss, at the time you made the Facebook post?
No.
Did you have the benefit of the documents down before the Senate when you made this Facebook post?
No.
This one we can skip. It is said, sir, that again you, the Speaker, and Honorable DMK made contributions to Okolea. You contributed 100 shillings, one of you gave a goat, and here you are complaining about Okolea. What is your response?
Even if it were true, it doesn't explain what county government vehicles were doing at an Okolea rally.
Let's begin. First of all, is it true? Did you contribute to that Okolea kitty? And did the Speaker and the Honorable DMK make contributions to it?
I may not speak for the others, but I did.
You did?
Yes.
Would the fact that you made that contribution diminish the gravity of the offenses the governor is said to have committed in those rallies?
It doesn't in any way.
The governor says she has a video in which she gives a disclaimer that Okolea is separate from the official functions. Is that a valid answer to?
No, it is inconsistent with the evidence that you have adduced.
She tells you if county officials attended the Okolea rally, they did so in their private capacities as members of Baite Fellowship. Who runs this Baite Fellowship?
It's the governor of Meru and her spouse.
So the governor and her spouse run a fellowship which is attended by, she admits, county staff attends Okolea rallies. Is that a valid defense?
It is not valid.
Doesn't that defense actually confirm the involvement of county staff in Okolea operations contrary to promises made by this Senate less than a year ago?
Yes, it does.
The governor says she didn't misrepresent her relatives as a technical team. Does the evidence support her?
It does not.
Does the record say in black and white that they are designated as a technical team?
They were designated as a technical team and by none other than the county secretary of the government of Meru and the end of public service.
The governor says she did not make this China trip because the relatives she sent were an advanced team who discovered the company was not linked to the Chinese government. To the best of your knowledge, did the governor seek any travel clearance?
No, she did not.
Is that consistent with the governor who actually intended to travel in the first place?
It is inconsistent because in the first place, the governor should have been in the letter or in the list that was sent to seek for clearance to travel.
She tells you no public funds were lost on the trip to China. What is your response?
Even though in whatever case, even there was no money that was lost, the county lost a great opportunity, considering that it is a high incidence cancer in Meru. The county lost a great opportunity to address that problem for the great people of Meru.
The governor draws
a account. So it's public knowledge that whenever you travel, even if the cost of the trips are covered by the company, those who are traveling are paid a quota per diem.
Would you consider the loss of opportunity greater than perhaps even the loss of money,
yes,
given the incidence of cancer in Meru?
Yes, I would.
You are told, Mr. Chair, I'll let my colleague exhaust the remaining bit. I've been studying for quite some time.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Boniface Mawera, and I will proceed with the examining chief. Mr. Mawera, turn with me to page 347 of the governor's bundle. Are you there? What letter do you see at page 347?
It's a letter from Office of the County Secretary in regards to deployment of NEFAT Kenya Meme.
Okay. Did the county secretary have the powers to appoint Nefat Kinyua as Director External Partnerships?
No, unless the powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board, which is not indicated.
Has the governor annexed any authority to show that his powers were delegated by the County Public Service Board?
None whatsoever.
Is this the same Nefat who was in the Chinese trip?
He is the same person.
And the brother-in-law to the governor?
Yes.
Okay. Turn with me to page 287 of our volume 2. I think it begins at page 284 of our volume 2. What document do you see there?
This is an advert from by the Office of the County Public Service Board.
In which office?
Office of the Governor.
So the advertisement is for recruitment in the Office of the Governor?
Yes.
Turn now to page, Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 287. At page 287, you can see the advertisement for the recruitment of the Director External Affairs.
Yes.
Which job group?
Job group R.
Okay. The qualifications? The requirements for appointment, rather?
Served in a comparable and relevant position for a minimum period of 5 years.
Experience for 5 years, right?
Yes.
In a comparable and relevant position for 5 years?
Yes.
And a university degree under Roman 2, B2?
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me again to page 89. Of our volume 2, still volume 2. It begins at page 88. After that advertisement, the County Public Service Board shortlist, this is a shortlist for the officers in the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
And at page 89, we can see the persons who are shortlisted for the position of Director External Linkages.
Yes, they are indicated.
And the name of Nefat is not among those people.
It is not.
What is the date on page 88 of our bundle? What is the date of that shortlist?
It dated 6th September 2023.
6th September 2023. The letter we saw on the governor's bundle at page 347, I want you to clarify the date. When is it dated?
Just a moment. It's dated 9th March 2023.
9th March of 2023.
Yes.
And you've confirmed a moment ago that the county secretary did not have powers to appoint this director.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it your evidence that the county secretary in so doing was usurping the powers of the County Public Service Board?
Yes, they did.
Okay. At page 287 of our bundle, we have seen that the position, or rather the job for director, is job group R, correct?
Yes, it is.
Turn with me to page 343 of the governor's bundle. What document has the governor produced in that bundle?
It's a NOFA of appointment letter.
Who is it addressed to?
Effort Kinywa Meme.
In paragraph 1, what is the job group of Nefat Kenywa Meme?
He is employed in the position of pharmaceutical technologist, job group H.
So, Mr. Mawira, could a person who was employed in job group H be appointed to act as a director in job group R?
No, that is an illegality.
What is the possible explanation for this irregularity?
You are not supposed to be appointed to act in any position that you are not qualified to.
Would you say that the only reason why Nefat is clearly favored and he jumps from job group H to job group R is because he has a relationship with the governor's sister?
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay. Turn with me to page 384. 384. Honorable Speaker, you can turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. We can begin at 295 and 296 of our volume 2. What document is at page 295 and 296?
Is a notice of redeployment from the office of the governor.
It is issued by which office?
Office of the governor.
Is it actually a redeployment or appointment of chief officers?
It's appointment.
And I remember you during your examination in chief by my last name, Mr. Modom, you said that for the appointment of chief officers, the County Public Service Board must be involved.
Yes, it must. And also,
it is actually the County Public Service Board that recommends the appointments to the governor.
It recommends and it also creates those offices.
It creates those offices, advertise, they recruit.
Yes.
Then they forward the names or they submit the names to the office of the governor for formal appointment.
That is the procedure.
So could the governor purport through the county secretary, because at page 296, the letter is signed by the county secretary for the governor. Could the governor purport to appoint these chief officers without the involvement of the County Public Service Board?
No, that is illegal.
And as a County Public Service Board actually disowned those appointments?
Yes, they have.
Where is the evidence?
The evidence is on page.
And then to 384 for purposes of, in the interest of time. 384 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the evidence is on page 384 on a letter addressed to the clerk of the county assembly.
Who has written that letter? In whose letterhead is it issued?
Office of the County Public Service Board and signed by the secretary or the CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board, who is the CPA Virginia Kawira.
At paragraph 4 of that letter, what does the board say, the County Public Service Board?
It states that the board is the appointing authority according to section 64 of the County Governments Act. The board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the act.
So the board actually confirms that it was not involved in these appointments?
Yes.
Is that an irregularity?
It is an irregularity.
At page 295, I'll take you back to page 295 of our volume 2, Honorable Speaker. And specifically, the number 18 on page 296, the appointment of Kenneth Mwiti Riongo. Is he appointed to in an acting capacity or a substantive appointment?
It is a substantive appointment since it is not indicated if it's not indicated if it's in an acting capacity.
Would such a substantive appointment require the approval of the County Assembly?
It requires.
Was that approval obtained?
No.
And for argument's sake, Mr. Kawira, the governor said in a response that it is actually the county secretary is the one who made these appointments. As by law, the County Governments Act, can a county secretary appoint chief officers?
It's not possible, and even it's still contrary to what we have, because the letter is signed by the county secretary for Her Excellency the Governor.
For the governor?
Yes.
So could the governor lawfully, even if we were to assume that she delegated his authority, could the governor lawfully delegate the mandate to appoint chief officers to a county secretary?
The law does not allow that to envisage the same.
Is a statutory mandate to appoint chief officers not vested in the person of the governor?
It is.
Still on these 2 pages, page 295 and 296 of our volume 2, who is qualified? I want you to explain to the Honorable Speaker and to the Honorable Senators, who is qualified to act as the chief officer?
According to?
I'm asking from the persons who have been appointed here as chief officers. For example, you can turn to page 296, number 17. We see Gitobun Kanata to move from Meru Municipality to Department of Lands to perform the functions of chief officer. And my question to you is, can a person who is not a chief officer be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
No, because it requires vetting and approval by the County Assembly.
So it is your evidence that only a person who has been appointed, who is already a chief officer in the first place, can be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
Yes.
And by corollary, in the national government, only a PS can be appointed to act in another state department?
That is true.
So if you are not a chief officer in the first place, having been vetted and approved by the County Assembly, you cannot be appointed to act as a chief officer in another department?
That is true.
So what would you say then of the appointment of Kitobun Kanata at number 17?
It's an illegal appointment.
Number 15 of Christopher Omugunda?
It's also illegal.
Number 2, that is the nephew, Edwin Murangiri.
It's in contravention of the law.
Who is Edwin Murangiri at number 2, page 295?
The nephew to the spouse of the governor.
So, is it regular for a person who is already in another department, that is merit service, a semi-autonomous government agency, is it regular for them to move from a saga to the public service?
It's irregular.
And take over the role of acting chief officer?
It's irregular.
Okay. And from the governor's bundle, at page 348, turn with me to page 348. That is the appointment letter of Edwin Murangiri.
Yes, it is.
In 2017.
Yes.
And he was in job group K.
Yes.
So is it regular for a person in job group K, just as I've seen for NEFAT, for a person in job group H to jump the stairs or the ladder and to become a chief officer, which is the highest rank in the county public service? Is it regular?
No, it is not.
Okay. Honorable Speaker and the senators and the honorable senators, turn with me to page 360 of our volume 2. Actually, from page 359. I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, from page 359. You have alleged that the governor has appointed a bloated workforce, specifically in the office of the governor.
Yes, it's true.
And from this, from page 359, at the top of the page, this document that is provided by the County Public Service Board, what is the title?
Summary of appointed persons in the office of the governor from August 2022 to date.
So these are persons appointed in the office of the governor from August 2022 when she took oath of office to date.
Yes.
And by to date, it is as at 9th of October of this year.
Yes, because this was when the County Public Service Board gave us this list.
When the County Public Service Board communicated to the Assembly.
Yes.
By the letter appearing on page 354, Honorable Speaker, page 354 of our volume 2. This is a letter by the County Public Service Board attaches a list of all the appointed officers in the office of the governor. At page 360, how many information officers can you count? At page 360.
They are 10 in number.
10 in number. Is it reasonable for a governor to have 10 information officers?
It's not reasonable.
And I remember during cross-examination, your examination in chief, you said on page 361 and 362, there are 38 cleaners in the office of the governor.
Yes, they are.
Turn with me to page, Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 369, 370 of our volume 2. At page 3, what documents are there from page 369 to page 370?
They are pay slips.
Pay slips for what job designations?
Public communications officer.
The job designation is public communications officer.
Yes.
And how many are they?
They are 6 in number.
They are 6 in number. Honorable Speaker, turn with me to page 261 of our volume 2. Okay. That is a notice for shortlist and interview schedule. Correct?
Yes.
At page 268. At page 268. How many positions, rather, are advertised for? Because there is a short list for public communication officers 2 and 3.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
The ones who are shortlisted are 17 in number.
19 in number.
19 in number.
Yes.
Turn with me to page 293 of our volume 2. The document begins at page. The document begins at page 284, Honorable Speaker. It is an advertisement for recruitment to the office of the governor. At page 293, how many positions have been advertised?
Only 3 positions.
Only 3 positions. What is the job designation?
Public Communications Officer 2 and Public Communications Officer 3.
So for public communication officer 2 and 3, only 3 vacancies are available.
Yes.
Okay. And at page 268, we've seen that 19 persons were shortlisted.
Yes.
At page 268 of our volume 2.
Yes.
Okay. Then turn with me to page, still on our volume, to page 361 of our volume 2. And I want you to read out, or rather to count, the public communication officers who are appearing in that page. That is number 60, number 67, number 68, and 69. How many are those?
They are 4.
There are 4. There are 4 officers, right?
Yes.
Who have been recruited as per this summary provided by the County Public Service Board for all the staff in the office of the governor from August last year to date.
Yes.
Okay. So there were actually 3 vacancies. You will agree with me. From page 293, there were only 3 vacancies.
Yes.
19 were shortlisted on page 268.
Yes.
4 are appearing on that, have been recruited.
Yes, 4 have been recruited.
As per the summary by the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
So 1 extra person was recruited over and above the vacancies that are available.
That's true.
Of the 4, how many appear in that shortlist? The 4 are Kawira, number 60, Honorable Speaker, on page 361 of our volume 2. There is Kawira Andrew Bundi. There is Murithi Samuel Murithi, Michobu Dominic Mureke, and Kiambi Christas Manyara. How many actually appear in the short list at page 268? To save the time, it is only 1.
Kawira Andrew Bundi.
Kawira Andrew Bundi is the only public communication officer who was actually shortlisted and recruited.
That's true.
So the other 3 who have been hired were not even shortlisted.
Yes.
Turn with me now to page 369 and 370, and you will see the pay slips. How many pay slips can you count for public communication officers? Page 369 and 370. At 369, there is one for Andrew Kawira Bundi, correct?
Yes.
There is one for Tony Mbrugo.
Yes.
There is one for Purity Kajuju.
Yes.
There is one for Ergi Kunda.
Yes.
One for Frida Gakitwiri Kinoti.
Yes.
And one for Naomi Kinya.
Yes.
So 6 persons are being paid. Yet there are only 3 vacancies. And of the 19 who are shortlisted, only 1 was hired.
That is true.
Is that not a glaring irregularity?
It is a glaring irregularity on the part of the office of the governor.
Okay.
Council, your time is up. So can you wind up, please?
Very, very well, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll not take more than 3 minutes. You have been told in the governor's response, and in the interest of time, I will not point you out to the specific page. You've been told that the DG has been absent in only 2 out of the 9 cabinet meetings. Yet, they say that the DG has abdicated his responsibility. Are those 2 defenses compatible, or are they not inconsistent with each other?
They are contradicting each other, and the DG has been absent from cabinet meetings since May, as per his own affidavit and the evidence that he gave under oath to the assembly.
Okay. And we took you through the screenshots of the WhatsApp groups, and your allegation as per the motion was that the DG was, the governor condoned insubordination by demeaning the DG in front of his subordinates, junior staff.
That is true.
The governor, in her defense, will confirm that her defense is that this group was not just for junior officers, ward admins, sub-county admins, chief officers, but also for members of the public. Correct?
That's correct.
What is your comment on that?
That makes the matter more grave, because if the governor can use such ones on a dingy in front of members of the public, then it is very unfortunate.
So it aggravates the situation. Yes. It makes an already bad situation worse.
Yes.
Okay. In summation, your closing remark, what would you like to say? Or what would you want the Senate to do to the people of Meru?
I pray to this honorable House to listen and interrogate the evidence that the Assembly has submitted and make their decision based on the evidence that they have adduced. Because last time, from the report of the Senate, the Assembly was told that we did not prove our case, and therefore I asked the Senate to save the people of Meru from the problems they are facing.
And you confirm that you have evidence running into 448 pages in our volume 2?
Yes, I confirm.
Very well. That is all in examination in chief, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Counsel for Governor. You may now proceed to do your cross-examination. Counsel, before you start, maybe by indication, how much time do you think you will require to do the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel representing the governor. I note that the witness that has just left the stand has taken close to 4 hours in examination in chief for parity of arms, and to ensure that I impeach each and every allegation, and also to have time to play some of the videos that are going to disagree with some of the assertions. I will not need less than 2.5 hours to do my cross-examination. It's only fair that the governor is given a chance to defend herself through cross-examination. It is what she came here to do, Honorable Speaker, sir. 2.5 hours in the minimum.
You have 2 hours. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Kawira, good evening.
Good evening, Counsel.
You are the mover of this motion.
Yes, I am.
That saw the governor get impeached at the county assembly. You have accused the governor of misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Specifically, you accuse the governor of, among other things, embezzling county funds through her sisters, namely Rose Kinya Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, brother Kenneth Gwantai, Murangeri, brother-in-law Nefat Kenywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, that is Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. Those, you call them the governor's relatives. Is that your position?
Yes.
Confirm that in your notice of motion for impeachment, at no time did you term one Kadure Rukaria as a governor's relative.
I did not.
You did not. Neither did you term one Jane Karemi as the governor's relative.
I did not.
Thank you. Let us go to, I will come back to Rose and Kenneth and Miriam. But let's go to Nefat Kenywa. It was your assertion that Nefat is a relative to the governor.
Sorry?
You did tell the county assembly and as members of the Senate that Nefat Kenywa is a relative to the governor?
Yes, in relation to that, they have an affair with the governor's sister.
I want you to read page 6 of your notice of motion. How do you describe
Page?
Nefat Kenywa?
Page?
Page 6. We're talking about Nefat Kenywa, not Edwin. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Paragraph?
It's that's page 6 of volume 1 of the County Assembly's document. How do you describe Nefat Kenywa?
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Yes.
What would that mean? That Nefat is married to one of the governor's sisters?
Yes.
Is that still your position?
It is.
What is the evidence you brought before the County Assembly and before this Senate to confirm that Nefat Kenywa is married to Miriam?
I said it is in public knowledge, and it is also alleged that when they traveled to China, they spent in one room.
So there are two sources of information, what you call public knowledge and
public knowledge, and also pictures circulating on social media.
Social media. Have you brought the photos that circulate on social media?
I have them, maybe.
Have you brought them to the Senate?
I have them, but unfortunately they were not adduced to.
You did not. And this other source called public domain, have you brought that public domain to the Senate for the Senate to be able to confirm that fact?
Anyone in Meru knows that who can confirm it's true.
Anyone in Meru. But with the senators here, know that Nefat is the husband to Miriam.
I'll share the photos that I have with the senators.
So you have no evidence whatsoever before the Senate, neither did you produce any evidence at the County Assembly to prove that fact. Yes or no?
Sorry?
You did not produce any piece of evidence to confirm that Nefat is married to Miriam, either the Senate or at the County Assembly. Yes or no?
There is none that is adduced to the evidence.
There is none that is adduced to the evidence. So then that assertion remains unsubstantiated.
It is substantiated from my knowledge and public knowledge.
From your knowledge and from the public knowledge. Let's look at page 342 of the governor's bundle of documents. It is the big blue book. Page 342, Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir. What is it that you find at page 342?
Is a certificate of marriage.
It's a certificate of marriage.
Yes.
Who are the parties to the marriage?
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
Repeat that again.
Nefat Kenywa and Winfred Kenya.
To the best of your knowledge, is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage?
Sorry?
Is that a monogamous or a polygamous marriage? To the best of your understanding.
It's monogamous
is one wife, polygamous, many wives.
It's a monogamous marriage.
Monogamous marriage. Are you aware or are you alleging that Nefat is divorced?
I've not alleged so.
You have not alleged so. So in the wake of that marriage certificate, which is a government confirmation, and your public domain and rumors on social media, do you still want to stand by your position that Nefat is married to Miriam?
They are both valid.
They're both valid. Between the two, which one do you want the Senate to take? Evidentiary, material, and your rumors?
No rumors, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the senators, honorable senators.
Mr. Kawira, I want to put it to you that you lied to have the governor impeached by purporting that Nefat is married to one of her sisters. What do you say?
It's not true.
It's not true. Let us go to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri. You again allege that this gentleman, Edwin Mutuma, is related to the governor. How
Yes.
are they related?
He's a nephew to the spouse of the governor.
Nephew to the spouse of the governor. And the spouse to the governor is one Murega Baichu, correct?
Yes.
When you talk of a nephew, you then purport that Edwin Mutuma is a son to either Murega Baichu's sister or brother. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Who is the mother to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot confirm the name.
Who is the father to Edwin Mutuma Murangeri?
I cannot still not confirm the name, but I know them physically.
You know them physically?
Yes.
How is this Senate supposed to know their relationship if you cannot even tell the brother or the sister who is the parent to Edwin Mutuma? Is there a way of telling from your evidence?
Of course, I can tell.
Of course you can.
Because I know them physically, that is.
You know them physically. Did you produce any evidence at the county assembly to support your allegation, even mentioning by name alone the parents to Edwin Mutuma who are siblings to the first gentleman?
No, I didn't.
You did not. So again, that allegation was false and unsubstantiated. You would agree with me?
No.
You would not agree with me? Have you looked at the affidavit filed by Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, appearing at page 81 of the governor's bundle of documents? That it is appearing at page 81, honorable members, of the governor's bundle of document. Response rather, sorry. Yes, 81, page 81 of the governor's response.
Senator Boni, approach the chair, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. At page 81 of the governor's response, no, that is not the one. The smaller blue booklet. Whose affidavit is there, appearing at page 81?
Affidavit of Edwin Mutuma Murangeri.
Mutuma Murangeri confirms that he is not related by blood or by any other familial relationship with the first gentleman. Is that what is averred in that affidavit?
In which paragraph?
The paragraph 3 specifically. Can you read for us paragraph 3 of that affidavit?
That I hereby depone that I have no familiar ties with Her Excellency Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza, neither am I a nephew and or related in any other manner with the governor's husband, Murega Baichu, as alleged in the impeachment motion.
Have you filed a counter affidavit to dispute what appears on oath by one Edwin Mutuma?
No.
You have not. Do you know when Edwin Mutuma was employed by the county assembly, by the county government of Meru?
From your response, I saw.
Was Honorable Kawira the governor in 2017?
Of course not.
Of course not. So the governor could not have influenced the employment of this gentleman.
The allegation is not in regards to the employment of Edwin as an auditor, but as the acting CEO of MYS and the chief officer finance.
But you called him a relative to the governor?
Yes.
Let us go back to Nefat Kenywa. When was Nefat Kenywa, who we've confirmed is not the husband to Miriam employed by the county government of Meru. When was he employed?
Get me to the relevant page.
To ease your work, look at page 343 of the governor's bundle of documents. When was Nefat employed as per that letter of employment?
340.
343 of the governor's exhibit of documents.
4th May 2016.
4th May 2016.
Yes.
Was Honorable Kawira the governor then?
No.
Could she have caused the employment of Nefat Kenya so that she can benefit from a relative?
The allegation is not still written to the employment as a pharmaceutical technologist, but as the acting director, external linkages.
We will get to that. But could the governor have employed him in 2016? No. You have caused a lot of motions and distortion on the governor's sisters. One, Rose Guantai. Is Rose Guantai an employee of Meru County government, to the best of your knowledge?
No, but she has been seconded to the office of the governor.
Is she an employee of the county government? Does she draw any salary or remuneration from the county government?
No.
She does not.
But she draws some benefits.
Are you aware that Rose has been the governor's PA since her time at the National Assembly?
No.
Would it shock you to know that Rose has been the governor's security since her days at the National Assembly?
You send a PA?
Yes, Rose.
I'm confused, Honorable Speaker, because the council indicated that Rose is the PA and now he is also indicating...
Sorry, I'm talking about Miriam.
Council, just repeat the question to the...
Yes. Would it shock you to know that Miriam Guantai, I refer you to page 1 of our bundle of documents. Do you see a document appearing therein? Do you see that document? They run all through from page 1 to 16. Do they concern the issue of appointment of Miriam as the governor's PA? Confirm that they do.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Let's go to page 18. There is a document in the letterhead of Kenya Police Service. What is that document?
Request for security, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, MP, Meru County.
Do you confirm that the contents of that letter indicate that Rose is an officer employed by Kenya Police Service?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
So it is then not right to try and distort facts and purport that the governor has employed her sisters in the county assembly, in the county government.
There is no in the motion that I've indicated that the governor has employed Rose in the county government of Meru.
Does the governor have a right to have
Yes,
a bodyguard of her choice.
Yes, she has.
Does the governor have a right to have a PA of her choice?
Yes, she does.
So there is nothing wrong for the governor to have two of her sisters serving as a governor and a security. That is what you're confirming.
Of which I have not alleged so.
You have no problem with that?
I have no problem with that.
Thank you. So then, if these two officers, who you have no problem serving in their capacities, are seen to do duties that are done by other PAs, by other security officers, would you have a problem?
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. Thank you. You have sensationally claimed that funds have been embezzled by the governor through her sisters and relatives. In your notice of motion for impeachment, is there anywhere where one Edwin Mutuma Murangeri is seen to receive money for and behalf of the governor? In your notice of motion for impeachment, is there anywhere?
Come again?
Is there anywhere in your notice of motion for impeachment where Edwin Mutuma is seen receiving money for and behalf of the governor?
No.
No.
Yes.
So when you said that the governor was embezzling funds through one of our relatives called Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, you lied.
Edwin Mutuma Murangeri is not a relative in isolation. The other relatives who have been
I am specifically asking about one relative, Edwin Mutuma. Is there anywhere in the IFMIS or anywhere in your evidence where Mutuma Edwin receives money?
No.
No. So then you lied when you said that this gentleman, number one, was related to the governor, and number two, that he was used to embezzle funds.
No.
You did not lie.
Yes.
Let us go to Nefat Kenywa. In which office is Nefat Kenywa, who we have confirmed is not the husband to Miriam, serve? In which office does he serve?
He was designated to serve in the office of the deputy governor.
The deputy governor?
Then later he was also appointed in an acting capacity as the director external leakages.
You confirm that the letter appearing at page 345 shows the position which Mr. Nefat Kenywa serves. .345 of our documents. You confirm that fact?
Yes.
You confirm. Which position is he offered at the office of the deputy governor?
As at 8th September 2022, he was offered the position of an administrator in the office of the governor.
Administrator, office of the governor.
Yes.
Now, your own evidence, and before we go to your own evidence, Mr. Kawira, you do not have a background in finance, do you?
No.
You do not. You also have not trained in auditing or accounting.
Yes.
So then your interpretation and application of figures, finance, is that of an amateur. We agree, just like me. It is not the opinion of an expert.
It is not, but
it is not an opinion of an expert.
It is not, but for this motion, we consulted our financial experts in the assembly.
Your financial experts, have they filed a report?
Sorry?
Your financial experts, have they filed a report?
No.
As a matter of fact, you have a finance committee.
Yes.
Did the finance committee generate a report touching on the usage of funds that you have talked about today?
They sought a clarification from the CCM Finance, who declined to avail the same to the assembly.
Mr. Kawira, you have provided an extract of IFMIS.
Yes.
That is what you've relied on to show that the governor has embezzled funds.
Of course, yes, because there was no alternative source of information since the CCM Finance refused, after a request from the Assembly, to give a clarification.
So are you impeaching the governor because you did not get a clarification or because you are convinced that the governor embezzled funds?
Of course, if we are aware, you hold information that is helpful to this matter, and if the contrary, you decline to give the same information, then we infer that whatever you have is true.
So you inferred?
Yes.
There was no conclusive determination that there was embezzlement of funds. We should be clear on that.
There was never a contrary opinion from the governor's office.
No contrary opinion. Neither was there any confirmation. Isn't it?
From who?
From an expert? From a committee of the House? From the Auditor General?
The committee requested for information so that they can make a conclusion from the CCM Finance, who declined to give that information that they have, and they have that information with them.
Thank you. As the Controller of Budget flagged any of the entries as being inappropriate?
It is not the duty of the Controller of Budget.
Has the Controller of Budget, to the best of your knowledge, flagged any of those? There is a report that came out last week. Was any of the expenditures flagged out, to the best of your knowledge?
Flagged out on what?
On misappropriation of funds.
The Controller of Budget does it flag.
Was there or was there any flagging of any expenditure as being misappropriate or not?
I'm saying the Controller of Budget doesn't flag misappropriation of funds.
Honorable Evans, please proceed to answer the question as asked.
Well, then, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Kawira, I also want you to confirm that the basis of your claim for embezzlement of county funds and withdrawal of county funds is based on a complaint by one Celestio Mutuma. You have relied heavily on that complaint.
Yes, because the complaint was addressed to the Assembly through a petition, in form of a petition.
Was it addressed to the Assembly or to the EACC?
It was addressed to different bodies, even this Senate has a copy, and also the copy was sent to the Assembly.
And we look at the document appearing at page 1 of your own exhibits, volume 2, Honorable Senators. Page 1. To whom is that complaint addressed?
Come again?
To whom is that complaint addressed?
The CEO, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
EACC?
Yes.
Is that the body by statute and constitution mandated to investigate corruption?
Corruption, yes.
Has there been any report or response, to the best of your knowledge, to that complaint?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware. Is a complaint in itself conclusive as evidence of misappropriation and embezzlement of funds?
Because there was no contrary information given.
Is it a conclusive evidence of misappropriation?
No.
When was that complaint raised?
(11th August).
11th of August. That date is very crucial, Mr. Kawira. Let us go specifically to funds received by the so-called governor's relatives. I want you to go to page 52 of our bundle of exhibits. Actually, just move on to page 54. There is a letter there. Yes?
Yes.
That letter is by whom?
Nchamba Bede Harrison Getonga.
What does the letter request? Facilitation for whom?
The foreign officers, my copy is not clear.
Your copy is not clear?
Yeah, but I can see from the names that have been indicated, we have His Excellency Reverend Isaac Mutuma, Nefat Kinyua, Francis Mukira, and Christopher Getonga.
You confirm that the facilitation requested in that letter have nothing to do with the governor. In fact, they were to facilitate a trip by His Excellency the Deputy Governor.
Yes.
That is what you flagged out at page 19 to 25 of your complaint. Confirm that is the position.
Page.
Are we together?
Page?
Page 19 to 25.
Of which bundle?
Of your bundle, your own bundle.
19.
Yes. Sorry, page 12.
I'm on page 12.
Let's go back to page 55. What appears at page 55 of our documents?
We have a list of names and money and days and amount paid.
Who were paid?
Isaac Mutuma, Nefat Kinyua, Francis Mukira, and Christopher Getonga.
You have specifically flagged out invoice number 69116. In your extract of IFMIS.
On page?
A minute. I need time to reorganize my thoughts on that. Let me proceed on another issue as I do that. I will revisit that issue, but for now, let's proceed to the issue of the Okolea program. You have accused the governor of using county funds and resources for the Okolea program.
Yes.
Have you produced any evidence before Senate to show that indeed funds and other county resources have been used to promote Okolea programs?
Yes, we have done that by playing a video and also going through a charge sheet.
A charge sheet?
For members who are employees of the public, persons who are employees of the county government.
Let us look at that video once again. What was the name of that video, the one that you played?
Video in support of count one.
And you play that video?
Bwana asifiwe. Kama bwana tu bwana. Bwana asifiwe. Na tuelewane. Tutaangalia ikiwa kama tunaigwa. Ndio watasahau. Wapi hao kina mama wazee? Bado tuongezewe. Pastors wakuje hapa kwanza tuombe.
That is the video that you claim is evidence of use of county funds and resources.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mawira, we watched this video. I do not want to eat all my time watching it again. What is it specifically you picked from that video as evidence of use of county resources and funds?
The video is in support of the sworn affidavit by a police officer that is before a competent court of law that there were county government vehicles that were stoned during the aftermath of that rally.
I have asked you a very specific question. You have produced a video before the Senate as confirmation of use of county resources and funds. In that video, what is it that you pick out that supports your claim of use of public funds?
Stoning of vehicles which are part of county resources.
Wait a minute, I am struggling to understand.
Towards the end, the video can play. Towards the end of the video.
This is your evidence, Mr. Mawira. You want the Senate to rely on that clip as evidence of use of public funds. And I'm asking you a simple question. In that video, is there anywhere, is there anything that proves use of public funds? It's a yes or no?
Honorable Speaker, that cannot be a yes or no question because it's not an isolated evidence.
Let us look at the much relied upon affidavit by the investigating officer.
Sorry?
Let us look at the affidavit by the investigating officer. That is the one appearing at page 45 of your bundle of documents, volume 2. Is that the one? Is that the one?
Page 45, yes.
Specifically, paragraph 8 of that affidavit?
Yes.
What does that paragraph read?
That the respondents and their group damaged several motor vehicles belonging to the county government of Meru and for some individuals. Registration numbers KAX 574, I don't know if that is VOI, and KCMB 845F.
This is an event that was covered by media, right?
Yes.
Is there any single video, any single picture or photo of a government vehicle in that function?
We have seen vehicles being stoned in that video.
Is there any photo of a government vehicle?
Under the circumstances, it might have been hard to capture exactly a government vehicle, but we have seen from the clip vehicles being stoned, and some in the form of government vehicles that are used by the
simple answer is that there is no evidence to support that assertion that government vehicles were present. Yes or no?
From the video?
From your evidence, Mr. Kawira, you're the one who seeks the government.
The sworn affidavit here has clearly indicated that government vehicles were destroyed during the mayhem.
What county motor vehicles were destroyed?
They are not captured by the affidavit that we are relying on, that was made by a competent police officer.
Kindly go to page 352 of our bundle of documents. 352 and 353. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
There is an official search of from the Register of Motor Vehicles.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
To whom is the motor vehicle KAX 574Y registered?
It's registered under the name Walangula.
Pardon?
It's registered under the name Walangula.
That is an individual, a private citizen?
Yes.
To whom is motor vehicle KCB 845F registered at page 353?
The Lewa Wildlife Conservancy.
Lewa?
Wildlife Conservancy.
So again, that is not the county government of Meru.
I have not alleged so.
Mr. Kawira, you have been part and parcel of the Okolea program. Am I right?
Only once.
Only once?
Yes.
Which date was that?
When it came to my ward.
When the governor came to your ward?
Yes.
And this was on 22nd of August, 2023?
Around, where about that date?
And you play video KMV2 in our index of videos. Sorry, that's not the one. Still, play video KMV2.
kingene ugeta muguru ugeta mutagara barabara ndende na ndende na mbele ya ngabani ugeta flagship na ndende ndio ni 10% na abantu onyo kauna kwa ndio matita na ndende ya milioni tatu ingalingira ndio asimu kutara ndio na mwaka hai 17 plus 18 plus 5
You can post there. I want to combine that video with 1C in our list of videos. Can you play 1C?
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Gavana wetu na Ntwanda bene bonde, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Nisalimie mahali ulipo. Ngoja sana. Onbeta wandie MKMC wa Bogeta West na Albaruguru. Na ande bala ba tudinga tete kanyuma iba ije to iketi gavana tiru. Lakini na ande ni ndono kire. Na umasauru na ande kitaba Paulo. Ndio nasema ni nani? Ongeta ndiye MK Paulo. Na ande ndongere tendensi ya mama. Natoa ticha mono tukera watoka le opposition angana ndeto lingoge opposition bana wapera tuite opposition bonge ile Nairobi na bato nyaki Ruto ende na ya mero president wetu ala tu itakali na wiki ya ndo wetu tuite opposition watu kwenda tuito hiyo ile sindo na nini ya nini ndio uwani na ndio mimi sasa kishwa mimi sitawekwa uoga gavana Kawira anga msupport ulao kutokana no ete Antonio itekia boge tanete Antonio andoba boge taiba ina imani na nani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira na ndio kwa watu kwenda kuwa tukiuga kumigira mbele abo anandekera kumigira mbele si tio mbakwa ngoindwa bakabane bya yabakulemwa yona mtu akiongea akageria oingira utiumba wakuongea komige koneka ibo wete kia koneka bali wengine ndio wala kuya komige koneka hapo komole temesa bujaza baba kweta Facebook bagekera nalo kawangabana nani batire mwakweza na leo obote na lenge nandike no unyoroka na aja mporo wambele ya ndoa na munya oga munya no moena wajawa ugakira ito no moena oga Kawira no moena ene nande ogo terere kira su chomba urungabani etikira kira ngabana to kudura to nele ogaita ngoge mbasale nkomwete na toka primary akorega nande no Kawira ngene nawe mporo aende asiende ati na Kawira Nyanyato ambako ameandika tibendera ukaro wako wala atikwenda kuwa akala miage ya kumi ainge matu anaga amemero ete kungi no tugela na witra ngugi na leo nida jiranjire ne kadanga ya ndakasene hapo tuko naona kajo nyo na leo kwa wewe kebele akalenge bwana rabo karuna ibana na wakuga mboro ahende na wakale naona ibele vyao na kuga baadhi vyao masai eto ndabekera ande kirekera anga abunge bakenya kulingana na wajaro wana performance ndani ya bunge ate gotioneke tenyo mamero gutetera meru beye nkandikera kwero to kuga nguru beye majani ke kutoka na hana Mombasa to kuga ngere majani jalo mira 120 na maja lefte otoko gamba ina ngeba latina utera ibere bakobia website anga oversight anga Kawira bategete na bunge otoko onekana ya kukinyoma ito tetaira wa iketo kuvivyate ibatira ne mama temu gibatu baba iketo kwa mwana Nairobi Kawira to iterangu geto kwete na nto na baba mtu na itangogere aerwe ngogea goitangoge na ya vikare ne nito to reketi na mama Nairobi otomo kuwe koroga Ruto no president wa Ruto na Nairobi bale ajumbe tema president wetu aja na tuto MCA mama obo kuona kawa na Kawira na ndio watu na atia dawa watu koroga Ruto ro watu tuendelee kukoroga Kawira hapana ngugi tulekaria president no tunamwene kigina kemiro na nao kigabwega tumanenie atoke uno mugongo na nao twitira ngugi bagwatene na MCA bonde tutongeretie majority wetu ajo mwega muno mawira na tugendera guteithia miru ije na tugendera gwita ngugi itwenderea kurombera mama na gokore gito inkoro ina ba gucambira na ba kuruma tulio na tugendera gusupport na okore endelea nawe wakwajwa na yajedwe wagwipera naye dada.
Thank you. Mr. Mawira, you were present in that function, clearly. We can see you from the video.
Yes, I was present.
And one of the MCAs is speaking in that video.
Yes.
What is the name of that MCA?
Honorable Kawira Dennis.
An MCA from which ward? In which county?
Abogeta West.
Mr. DMK raises pertinent issues about Okolea and the leaders of Meru and the threats that the governor is facing in respect of Okolea and our programs. Is that true or false?
Mr. DMK is only indicating that there's no problem in the governor continuing the Okolea program at that moment.
At that moment?
Yes.
Let us go to video number 20, rather KMV 20 of our documents.
Yenkerie MC wetu Mawira atubure na maromba. Nigirani MC wetu Mawira ngenkebira kunyo. Natrombeni. Ewa mwandani mutura moyo, wora wombere ndine eguru, wombera vira viona wana vira bitiona kwa. Toja mudenya jumbere ya mezo ya kumudenya jona agwa.
na kanisa ekwa mchokeka ngibweza na mbona unalwa kila kilauni kia maanio helu ndina kilauni kia kanisa Bwana sifiwe. Intobiria ukuona kiani negeke kinyama ikiele mkwani nayo kinyangu letu kinyefe kinyanga alile ya ndega kinye itobira byonde tukaeja na bote kinoteleke zikani kireo inkwenda gushokeria ashore bakwa bombe nkabo barabona ndi okolera abandi cyubuhe naru akarukire muntu uri ombukirie gitandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingira mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri egana lemwe ambera kinyawaga ongere ekera ngalisia kumaguta kinyawaga ongere ongera mbelengeti ya bajojo nani galingira kanwe
Mwambere na tubara bakameme bamurike mwega na bativi badikeri murandi jojo jokolea Maki tukuruka ya budget ira itango kendene county ya Meru, county assembly ya Meru, na ini mikagia bunge di majority linda. Na ipo enda kuconfirm, na kukujira, na kuikira kirore, ute shilingi kinyemwe wakurukia ya mesa chagirikari kenda ya murandi ile jokolea. Wao unao kuria kurandi jokolea kiuria, aliuria manto jamuntu kiumbe, kurandi jo gavana Kawira Mwangaza na familia yawe na kanisa yawe. Na hikyo naro mukubwa tote kwa ya mando mengeja thirikari. Nondo naro imurandi joringi vyankia, joringi vya mtu jangi notweri, joringi vya mtu barabaya wa mabati. Totindi vitura toa mirengeti, oleo kuma na makobokobo aja, na oleo kuma na matris, na mando jau jakare sawasa. Ukiugire mwindi ipokuire itomunga hakika mana alingi vya mundu ora kuumba. Na ndio roho kutinda kuulia kiokolea. Ne ete arete biawe na family yawe na ntubao ejari ngidi antubankia sasa sawa wao yule tukuwa nande ukageta mtu tita kuingilia muradi jo kolea uria bioria bia mbesirio chilio cha dirikali namba 2 mheshimiwa gavana nonto otenga banongeo kinyanturezi uria ndo bai bandurite meanka etano ele radirire na ele etano eturire kubere kwega sana no otenga banongeo kinyikia kugoro haja.
Thank you. We can pause there. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Kawira, that was as recent as the 13th of August 2023, correct?
Yes.
13th of August 2023.
Yes.
Confirm that you are hosting.
Yes, it was in my ward.
That was in your ward. The governor says that you woke her up with a donation of 100,000 to support Okolea program, to fuel her vehicles and to buy the donations. Is that what she says?
Yes, because the program was coming to my ward, so I opted to support.
You opted to support. You also, in your speech, I heard saying that it is the county assembly that passes budgets, and there is no budget allocation that has been given to Okolea program. Is that right?
That is true.
Is that still your position today, that no county funds have been budgeted or used by the Okolea program?
You see, what we have alleged for in the motion is that county government resources were used. There is no specific money or budgetary allocation for vehicles to go, government vehicles to go for Korea rallies and employees to participate in private charities. So that is my allegation.
You are also a public officer, to my best understanding.
Yes,
so are you then wrong to have participated in that private charity organization and program?
I participated because it was in my ward. I was hosting the governor of Meru, whom I'm not prohibited from accompanying. And also at that point, because it's a point when we are seeking peace so that we can forge a working relationship with the governor, therefore that is what made me to be there, and I supported my individual capacity or personal capacity.
So then if the program goes to another ward and not your ward, that is when you have a problem. If it comes to your ward, you can support it. If it goes to another ward, it's
I'm not indicated so.
The video that we first played, and there's a reason why I wanted it played first. Again, the governor was visiting your ward.
Yes, she was there to commission a bridge that had been constructed using funds budgeted for in the previous regime.
Confirm that was on 2nd of August 2023.
Thereabout. Yes.
Confirm that in your speech, you're saying that the governor is facing threats and fights from other leaders, and that you're going to protect her because she's a performer.
I indicated that oversight role shouldn't be used to play politics. That is what indicated in the video, and saying that it is the role of the county assembly to first, or it is the first in line to play the oversight role for the county government of Meru.
You are also on record praising the governor for the numerous projects in your ward.
Yes, I ran a list of projects that have been brought to my ward through the governor or the support of the governor that day.
So, Mr. Kawira, what problem do you have with the governor in terms of our Okolea program, specifically?
Conflicting usage of government resources and private charity. That
Government
was subject,
resources that you have
was
not-
subject to a previous impeachment process in this house.
Government resources that you are unable to produce any evidence in support of.
I've indicated the evidence in my...
And to my last question on the Okolea program, all Okolea programs are done on Sundays. Am I right?
Yes.
Sunday is not a working day.
Yes.
There is no government employee who works on Sunday.
That's true.
So if someone chooses to then participate in a charitable organization on a Sunday, would that be wrong despite them being government officers?
It would be wrong.
You have seen politicians go to churches on Sundays and make their donations.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
Thank you. You have also accused the governor of nepotism and related practices. And to support that charge, You have accused the governor of fraudulently misrepresenting our relatives as technical team. I'm talking about the China trip.
Yes.
You did confirm to this House that Miriam is the governor's PA.
Yes, and also her sister.
And also her sister. You also confirmed that Rose is the governor's bodyguard.
Yes, and
or
also
security.
her sister.
Do you confirm that these two officers, by virtue of their offices, travel with the governor? By virtue of their offices, have to be where the governor is?
Outside the country?
Do you confirm that the governor is supposed to be accompanied by the PA and a bodyguard when she travels in and outside the country?
Yes, but Rose is not the only bodyguard to the governor.
Rose is the security to the governor?
Not the only one. Not the only one.
Rose is a security attached to the governor?
Yes.
Whether bodyguard or not?
Yes, but not the only one.
But not the only one. So you confirm there is nothing wrong with the governor's security and the PA accompanying her for any trip, either local or foreign?
Yes, I confirm.
Yes, you confirm. Let us go to the impugned letter of invitation. The one that appears at page 68 of your own document. 60 of your own document. It's volume 2. Of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. The invitation is to the governor. Correct?
Correct.
That letter does not dictate who the governor travels with. Does it?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. That letter also confirms at the second last paragraph that all the expenses relating to the trip will be covered by the company making the invitation.
Yes, it is indicated.
Including accommodation and tickets. Yes?
Yes.
You also confirm that to the best of your knowledge, no per diems were paid by the county government of Meru to facilitate this trip.
I can confirm, neither allege.
You have no evidence to show that any of the persons who traveled were paid per diems by the county assembly, by the county government.
Yes, because I have not alleged so.
Your main issue is that the governor misrepresented her relatives as the technical team.
That is true.
And by that, you're relying on the letter appearing at page 68 of your document.
A letter from the county secretary and end of public service.
Yes. So we first confirm that it is not the governor who wrote that letter.
It is the county secretary of the county government of Meru.
It is not the governor who wrote that letter.
So the invitation letter was addressed to the governor.
It is not the governor who wrote that letter, Mr. Kawira.
Yes.
Thank you.
But the invitation, I'm saying yes, but the invitation letter.
Mr. Kawira. A simple answer, it is not the governor. It is the county secretary who describes the following persons as the technical team. The four people: Dr. George Mungania.
Yes.
Miriam Gwantai.
Yes.
Nefat Kenywa.
Yes.
Mr. Murangeri.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. Nefat, we have confirmed, is not a relative to the governor. He is not married to the sister.
I have not confirmed that.
There is no evidence. In fact, we have proved that he is not. There is no evidence to counter that, isn't it? Yes or no, Mr. Kawira?
Sorry?
There is no evidence to counter the evidence that we have produced.
He said it is the public domain, it's public knowledge.
Thank you.
Honorable Evans, Let me just remind you that you're under oath. And you swore to speak the truth, nothing but the truth.
Oblige, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Kawira, the first paragraph of that letter appearing at page 68 speaks of the object of this trip.
On page?
68.
Uh-huh.
Let me read for you. Following the invitation of the governor of Meru by Beijing League Tech Co. Limited of Beijing City, the following technical team is here.